Good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. The bell has rung, and we're having our session for benefits and services this morning. And let's see, I'll call the meeting to order. And Sadi, you want to take the roll for us, please?
Of course. Good morning, everyone. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Hendricks? Ms. Higa?
Here.
Good morning. Mr. Keeley? Mr. Pursuant?
Uh-oh.
Ms. Erden?
Here.
Okay, good morning. For the Director of Finance, Ms. Whitaker?
Here.
For the State Treasurer, Mr. Rafina?
Present.
Morning. For the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the State Controller, Ms. Paquin?
Here.
Morning. Chairperson Yamamoto, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Before I start, I just wanted to acknowledge all the bad weather that's happening in the world and in our United States, and I just hope everybody stays safe and doesn't incur too many catastrophes or losses. So we're just hoping for the best and hang in there. We're going to go ahead and get started. Before I get started, I need to say a few words about our procedures today, and it's repetitious, but we need to really say it for the record. So the board will have a 10-minute public comment period at the end of each agenda item. Public comments after each item will be limited to the agenda item topic. There will be an additional opportunity for statements from the public for items not pertaining to a specific agenda item at the end of the open session meeting. Individuals wishing to speak at the board web conference should dial into the public conference line at 833-986-0555 and wait in the call-in queue. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for their presentation. If there is not enough time for speakers to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. Teachers' Retirement Board meetings are live and web streamed and video archived, which are available to the public on CalSTRS.com. To protect the privacy of minors who wish to address the board, public commenters under the age of 18 only state their name and affiliated organization, but do not share their personal identifying information such as last name, age, or school. Okay. All right. So let's go with the first item, the approval of our agenda. Can everybody have a chance to look at it? And do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Denise, second by Lynn, to approve the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Sidi, we don't have to take a roll call on that one, right? Okay.
Correct.
So, let's go to the consent agenda for action, the approval of the minutes. Hopefully everybody has a chance to read them.
I'll move the minutes.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Do we have to take a roll call on that one?
No, you don't.
Okay. They're seeing none. The minutes are approved. Okay, so now we move on to item number 3. It's a consent agenda item for information, and it's on the service performance objectives. Anyone have a comment? Any comments on that? Okay, they're seeing none. Okay, the measure is passed. Okay, we'll move on. The next item is number 4. Item number 4, we're going to allow 30 minutes for the presentation and discussion. It's on the annual member survey. And so, Tom, you want to do that first? Or I saw I saw Cassandra. Cassandra, did you want to lead in with that or just go straight to Tom?
No, you can go straight to Tom. He has.
All right. All right, Tom, you've got the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to the members of the committee. I'm Tom Buffalo. I'm the head of research at CalSTRS, and this morning I'll be presenting on the 2021 member survey. Now, this is a survey we do every year. This is fine. We can stay here on this slide. We do this survey every year. It actually goes out to the membership in January, and it's a reflection on their experiences with CalSTRS from the prior year. So essentially, this is members telling us their experience with CalSTRS in the year that was 2020. Not shown here, but we had almost 4,300 members respond to the survey. And what's interesting is, and that's roughly a 7% response rate for the number of surveys that we sent out. It's an email survey. And often when I'm presenting our research in different forums, I'm asked, how do we know that we're receiving input, sentiment, feedback from the whole membership, in particular our older members. And so looking at some of this demographic data, I think we consistently receive good evidence that we in fact are. So take a look at our age there of all of our respondents. Youngest is 22, which shouldn't be surprising, some of our youngest members. But look at the age of our oldest member who responded, 98, which I think is fantastic. Again, this is an emailed survey. So they're receiving the email, they're responding online. So in this case, it was 98. Some research I presented a few years back, our demographic survey, our oldest member was 105. So like I mentioned, we are consistently receiving good information, good evidence that we're reaching even our oldest members, despite the fact that we're going out as an electronic survey. Moving to the actives, just kind of halfway through the page there, 22 again is our youngest, of course. Our oldest active, 79, which again, not just from a survey perspective, from a life perspective is, also just fantastic to see, somebody still in the classroom at 79, which I think is just great. And then, like I mentioned, our youngest retired member is 55, and then our oldest is 98. And then just quickly on the right side there with service credit, maximum of 47 years, almost 48 years in the classroom, or service credit, again, just another terrific life accomplishment from the member who responded, who had 48 years, or has probably still going actually in his 48 years of service. Next slide, please. So right out the gate in the survey, we ask our members just a point blank question, how satisfied were you with CalSTRS overall? And the rating is 1 from completely dissatisfied up to 7, which is completely satisfied. And the way we measure this is we count the proportion who answer a 6, which is satisfied, or a 7, which is completely satisfied. We take that proportion and then we compare it to prior years. And so despite, the year that was 2020, satisfaction actually went up. And we received some of the highest satisfaction ratings we've actually seen. So currently 69% of respondents answered either a 6 or a 7 as being satisfied with CalSTRS overall. Next slide, please. So we dug in a little bit deeper as to what is driving satisfaction with CalSTRS. And some interesting insights came from a deeper statistical analysis, both from active and retired members. When we ran satisfaction up against other items in the survey, one in particular that emerged is CalSTRS is an organization I can trust, which I think is essentially excellent news, given that our mission is securing the financial future and sustaining the trust of California's educators. So, halfway mission accomplished just on this measure alone. Also from the actives, they know that CalSTRS operates in their best interest. And from the retired, CalSTRS cares about members like me. And so, again, from a deeper statistical analysis, trying to dig into what was driving satisfaction, trust, and operating in a member's concern and care for the membership was coming through. Next slide, please. So then we're also curious what was driving trust in CalSTRS. Similar type of deeper statistical analysis here. Communicate from the active perspective, communication, particularly during the pandemic, and then active members having confidence that they'll have enough money to live comfortably throughout the retirement years. Those were 2 items that are driving active member trust in CalSTRS. And then from the retired members' perspective, just their overall satisfaction with their retirement, and again, also communication. So I think our communication is a big component of what's driving member trust in CalSTRS, as can seen between actives and retireds. Next slide, please. We also measure a concept we refer to as engagement. And now engagement is considered kind of a deeper construct than just satisfaction. Sometimes satisfaction is mostly just kind of a point in time, whereas engagement measures confidence in an organization, willingness to kind of speak well about an organization, trust in an organization. So we have a section dedicated to engagement that we ask the membership. A few of these items, as I move from left to right, you'll see we take 4 of these plus satisfaction, and we use that to calculate what we refer to as an engagement score. And we measure that as well, which I'll talk about in just a second. But just generally speaking, on these standalone items, CalSTRS is an organization I can trust. Again, that was our highest scoring item. CalSTRS cares about members like me. You can see the asterisk next to the items that go into the engagement calculation. So one is I feel confidence that my retirement is secure. I know CalSTRS operates in my best interest. CalSTRS acts ethically. And then on the bottom row there in the middle, CalSTRS sends communications relevant to my needs. So go ahead and go next slide, please. So we take those items, those 4 items plus satisfaction, and we calculate an average score for each member. Each member then receives, or each respondent, and they receive an engagement score. And then we use these kind of thresholds to determine the level of engagement of the membership. So if your average score was less than 2.5, we would consider you disengaged, which is kind of that red. If it's anywhere from 2.5 to 5.5, again, this is also on a 7-point scale, I should have mentioned, 7-point scale, then you're what we just refer to as kind of neutral or swing. And then if it's 5.5 or higher, you are considered an engaged respondent or an engaged member. And also engagement is the highest it's ever been as well. We're at 60% engaged. And then overall, our average engagement score across the organization is 5.57, higher than last year, 5.48. So we're seeing increases in satisfaction and increases in engagement, which again is good given the year that was 2020. Next slide, please. Satisfaction with services, also we're seeing this is seen an increase. We're at 68%. This is just generally, general question we ask the membership, and just respond again on a 7-point scale, your overall impression satisfaction with just generally the services offered by CalSTRS. So our services also receiving high satisfaction marks. Next slide, please. And then certainly kudos to the staff in general. These are the staff and service performance measures going across the top, very high scores here: courtesy, knowledge, caring, understanding. Across the bottom, answers to the questions were thorough, responded in a timely manner. So the staff, and when members do interact with members of our staff, also getting very high scores, which is good to see. Next slide, please. Here's given the circumstances of the year, we asked questions relative to COVID, one being overall satisfaction with communication, which is these 2 measures did resonate with the membership and drove their trust in CalSTRS. Looking at the bottom, actually, bar graphs, interesting to see here. Another question we asked is, the pandemic changed my thoughts on my financial future, looking between actives and retired. It's interesting to see that to the kind of the bottom right there, 58% in neutral, basically. So suggesting that they just, actually the 58% plus the 20%, which is just, I disagree that it's changed my thoughts about the future. So 78% of the membership wasn't really kind of impacted mentally relative to their financial future because of the pandemic, which, we can't necessarily see the full financial picture of a member's household, but we do see roughly half of it with their benefit. And so maybe we can make the assumption that given that they have the stable income from CalSTRS, gives them a little bit more peace of mind, particularly during kind of tumultuous times. Next slide, please. Net Promoter Score. So this is a measure we actually started measuring last year in the 2020 member survey. Net Promoter Score is commonly used in the private sector. It was developed in the early 2000s by Bain & Company, the consulting company. We borrowed their question, their methodology, their terms in full. So the way this one works is generally the pure form of the question is, how likely are you to recommend product X, service Y to a friend or colleague? And then you rate it from anywhere from a 0, which is not at all likely, up to 10, which is extremely likely or very likely. And then the way that the score is calculated is you take the proportion who answered 0 through 6, you subtract that from the proportion who answered 9 and 10. So again, this is methodology we're borrowing from Bain & Company, their net promoter score. So those who answered 0 to 6, they refer to them as detractors. Those who answer 7 and 8 are considered passive. And then those who answered 9 and 10 are promoters. And so the score is derived from, you take your promoters, subtract your detractors, and then you're left with this score. So your score, given that it's an index, can go anywhere from -100 up to 100. So taking a look at 2021, essentially what we're doing is subtracting, 29%, that red bar, from the 43% promoters, that greenish bar, and we're at 14, which is roughly the same as what it was back in 2020. So next slide, please. So what's interesting too is, we do have Pension 2, which is our 403B deferred compensation product that is offered via CalSTRS to members, and it competes kind of in this competitive 403B marketplace. Now, on the survey, we can break it down and look at membership by age, which we're doing here, and I'll explain here in a second. We also have a single question that says, are you aware of CalSTRS Pension 2? Yes or no? Okay, so just purely asking awareness. Do you know that it exists, that this product is out there, regardless of whether you actually participate in it or not? So let me explain what we're seeing here. So age along the bottom, and then you can see those bars there. The red bars indicate those who answered, yes, I'm aware that there is Pension 2. Again, regardless of whether you actually participate, I just know that CalSTRS offers a 403B product in the 403B marketplace. The green bar indicates those who are not aware. So what we're seeing as we move from left to right is, despite the negative scores in the younger ages, they're still higher just from being aware that Pension 2 exists. So there's something, and then of course, if you move into the older ages, you're seeing quite the discrepancy. The scores go up quite a bit relative to those who are unaware. So just members knowing that we offer that product, again, which is a low-cost product, very good 403B, and another alternative to saving. They trust CalSTRS, so certainly if they know about the product, they're likely to also trust the product itself. And so just by knowing that actually increases their impression, their net promoter score of CalSTRS. And then those horizontal bars across the page there, 6 is the average score for those who are unaware of Pension 2. And then it jumps to 22 for those who are aware of Pension 2. So the presence of that product bodes well for member sentiment of CalSTRS. So next slide, please. So then the next question is, okay, so what is 14 as the organization, or even 22 for those aware of Pension 2? What does that actually mean in the grand scheme of things? So here we've pulled just kind of a general sample of common brands out there. Like I said, the Net Promoter Score is used extensively in the private sector. And so just to get an idea of where scores may range. So Apple, for example, is at a 47. Again, this can be anywhere from -100 up to 100. Apple at 47, Microsoft, Amazon at 25. So CalSTRS at 14 kind of sits right there in the middle of these sample brands. What's interesting too is down at the bottom, Bank of America, very low, -24. I don't know if that's anybody's personal experience with Bank of America. Other financial firms, Wells Fargo is a -2. Morgan Stanley's at 16. So CalSTRS is kind of on par with that. Quick side note, noticed Disney there is -7. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. And people like Disneyland, Disney owns Marvel. And I was talking to Christy Simmons, who's the lead researcher on this project. I'm like, why do you think Disney is -7? She said, I bet it's because of the way they handled Star Wars. I'm like, oh yeah, people, the Star Wars fans don't like the way that Disney handled that. But I digress. Regardless of that, CalSTRS at 14 is outperforming, both the Avengers and the Skywalkers in terms of Net Promoter Score. Next slide, please. And finally, satisfaction with retirement. We started asking this last year in 2020. The number has not changed, but it is very high. Still, 90% of retired members are satisfied with their retirement. And again, we only see roughly half of the financial picture in a member's life, if you will, in retirement via their benefit. But when, again, our mission is securing the financial future and sustaining the trust of California's educators, this is a good indication that we are completing the first half of that mission of securing their financial future. So 90% of members say they are satisfied with retirement, and we are happy, of course, to see that, given that we are a part of that as well. So with that, I'm actually complete. Don't have a finalizing slide, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from members of the board? Tom, I just had one question. When I know that some time ago that we talked about the member handling the financial issues of the family and who completed the survey. Was there any other question that would lead to knowing that if it's like a member and a spouse, say, and who answered the question, was the person answering the question the holder of the financial information of that particular family?
Yeah. So we do ask that question. It's essentially just, are you the primary decision maker? What's your role in the household in making decisions about the finances of the household? Options are, I'm a primary decision maker. I share responsibility. Somebody else does it. I'm just sort of answering the survey, and then just an other catch-all category. And by and large, about 98% either say I'm the primary decision maker or I share decision making in my household. And so we feel comfortable that we're hearing from those who are either directly involved with their finances, or they're discussing it with their spouse or partner or whoever else shares those responsibility in the household. We're basically those who are responding to the survey fall in broadly in those two categories.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I see Joy and then Denise.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Tom, I don't really have a question. I think I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First, I think it's interesting that we're trying the NPS approach, because one of the things I find interesting about that is it's to your point, it's not just measuring satisfaction, but it's also having to address detractors. I think it causes you to think about your results and your opportunities differently than if you were just measuring, sort of positive or satisfaction results. So I'll be interested to see how that trends, and also, the extent to which we take a look at the data and think about what opportunities we have to try to decrease our detractors. And then the other comment that I just wanted to make was just back on slide 9 in terms of the staff performance metrics and member satisfaction, or sort of member response to staff performance and service performance. It's been such a hard year, not just for our members, but for our staff. And the fact that we were able in this environment and working remotely to be as responsive and there for our members as we are and have continued to be, I just wanted to recognize. I think it's so important. And to Bill and Cassandra and your teams, just hats off. It's a great job, and it's so heartening to know that we continue to be there for our members, despite to support them through challenging times, but also in spite of whatever challenging times we're going through ourselves. So just want to say thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly I agree. And if I can comment too back on the Net Promoter Score concept, we are kind of adopting it on a variety of different pieces of research that we conduct, not just our annual member surveys. We have what we refer to as our member journey surveys. So if the member retires, we'll survey them at the end of the month that they retire. If they go through our disability process or community property process, just a variety of different interactions with us, we've actually started using the Net Promoter Score on those as well. Again, to kind of measure, where the member sentiment is relative to those particular services, and of course, the relative to the annual member survey. So yeah, we're very interested in and curious to see how it how it performs in just a different variety of services that CalSTRS offers.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Bill and Cassandra, I see you popped on. Did you want to say something right now, or do you want to wait?
No, I just wanted to acknowledge Joy's comments. I really appreciate that the staff are working really hard in this environment, and I know that they really appreciate the comments that you provided, Joy. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
All right. Denise?
Thanks, Karen. I just wanted to kind of jump onto that as well and say thank you to all the staff. It's been definitely unprecedented times, and that we can keep our satisfaction up so high is awesome. One other thing I've read, and I'm sorry I didn't write the page, but I thought it was also super interesting that most of our members look at the CalSTRS, my CalSTRS, on an iPad or a computer as opposed to a phone. I know we've talked several times about the security of having an app, but that kind of just highlighted to me that we really don't need to talk about that right now because they're really not looking at their my CalSTRS on their phone anyway. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Denise. Sharon. Good morning, Sharon.
Good morning. Thanks for those comments. Denise, I was actually, this is a little awkward, but I would say actually, I'm using more apps on my phone, and I wonder if people would use their phones more if there was an app, is how I was thinking about it. So whichever way, you guys are the experts on this. So however you do it, but I was just with a member the other day, and a CalPERS member actually, and I'm just realizing, more and more, if we can catch people when we're in conversations and be able to do it quickly and just zip it up would be great. But I know there's security issues and things like that. But my question was really more maybe to you, Bill, in terms of as you oversee, our benefits area. When you look at this is all positive and it's great to see, especially during COVID. I mean, the call times, which is what I always hear about, I was on the phone for an hour, I don't hear that anymore. I mean, people are really happy with the responsiveness of getting questions answered and things like that. But what's your takeaway as the executive overseeing in terms of there's still lessons to be learned and there's still growing edges and there's still areas to improve on? And how, when you look at something like this, how do you think about where you want to continue to grow and have staff continue to kind of move those numbers up? And if you could maybe have specific examples of areas that you would still like to see improvement on, if you could comment on that. Overall,
Sure.
Great, positive, but I'm always looking at how we can be better, right?
Yes, absolutely. I'd say first of all, I think our focus is one of continuous improvement. So even with very positive results, we don't rest on our laurels, so to speak. Increasing online utilization, for one, when you compare the turnaround times for processing certain basic transactions handled by paper versus online is instantaneous. So DocuSign has afforded us a significant boost in that, but we still see significant opportunities there. In terms of our outreach to members, one area that we are continually striving to improve upon, as we've touched upon earlier, this pandemic did afford us the opportunity to leverage a mechanism by which we could reach a far wider audience. And so we will continue doing that even post-return to our member service centers, looking to focus there on our opportunity to engage one-on-one with members, but also realizing that we certainly were unable to reach 300, 400, 500 members in one benefits planning session when we were trying to do that in a physical site. So we will leverage a balance of having some opportunity for individuals that wish to commute into the member service center for a group planning session to do so, but also are reimagining how we can reach a broader audience across the state. And then with regard to our other key component, which we're working on, which ultimately does have a very significant impact on our members, we're looking at how we can focus on the incoming information from our employers to assure accurate data for a secure and stable retirement flow once members transition. And as you know, there's a significant effort underway on that. And I'm hopeful and confident that we'll end up in a place where ultimately we have mechanisms to mitigate some of the challenges that we have post-retirement right now. So those are three areas I can think of off the top of my head that we will focus on. But I would say, again, we don't rest on good performance. For one, I would love to see our Net Promoter Score go beyond the teens. And that's going to be an ongoing focus for us in the coming years as well.
Great. Thanks, Bill. I think that like lots of organizations dealing with COVID, I think retooling and how we think about coming out of this into all the strengths of what we learned during COVID and the online environment, and then kind of hopefully taking the strengths and leaving the weaknesses and creating a new future, I think is really thoughtful. And I also just always have to note on the member engagement by life stage, we still have so much work to do at that first, that I was just looking on page 9, and just that 20 something, 30 something, 40 something, those decades, we still have a lot of work to do to reach them, to start getting them in pension too, and thinking about security earlier. So that's a lifelong mission of mine. So thank you, Bill. Thanks, Tom, for the great research.
Great. Thanks, Sharon. I don't see anyone else. Just want to thank Tom and your team for all the research, and I think the Net Promoter Score, as others have said, is so interesting, and where CalSTRS lands in relationship to the other well-known companies and organizations. So thanks very much for your work. And do you have any last thoughts, Tom?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you very much. Do we have any callers that would like to make a public comment at all?
There are no callers on the line right now.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you very much, Tom, and look forward to the future research information. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, now we will go to item number 5, which is the outstanding death benefit update. And I see Melissa. Here we go. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Melissa Adams. I'm the Director of Disability and Survivor Benefits, and I'm pleased to be here with you today to provide this update on the status of our outstanding death benefits. We know this is a very important component of our death benefit plan and our commitment to our members. Some of you may recall that I have provided both a survivor benefits overview as well as a death benefit update in 2018, 2019, and most recently in November of 2020. Today, our focus will be solely on the outstanding death benefits rather than inclusive of the survivor benefit overview. So with that, we can move to the next slide, please. And so today, as I mentioned, we'll cover the outstanding death benefits payable. I'll talk a little bit about the outreach and education to members and retirees, and we'll also address planned future service enhancements. In addition to the items that are on the slide here, I wanted to share that in order to get a better sense of where CalSTRS stands as it relates to what other systems are experiencing with their death and survivor programs. With the help of Tom Buffalo's group, we surveyed our peers through the CEM benchmarking network, as well as the NASRA network, which is the National Association of State Retirement Administrators. In response to our inquiry, we received about 19 responses in total, representing at least 16 different states. So as I walk through the slides today, I will share just a few tidbits of the information that we received back from those surveys also. Next slide, please. So we have this slide here just to share really our guide for reporting on this particular population to the board. We have an education code section that requires CalSTRS to report monthly to the board concerning outstanding death benefits payable that have not been paid within 6 months of having received the notification of death of the member. This is one of the questions that we received a response back from some of our peers, and the response was mixed. Some other systems have this similar requirement while some do not. And the way that we share this information with the board members, CalSTRS prepares a monthly report on the outstanding death benefits payable, and we post that quarterly to the Teacher Retirement Board website. Next slide, please. So why do we have outstanding death benefits? There are really two main reasons why benefits go outstanding. We are typically either missing information that's required to process the case, or we are unable to locate the designated beneficiary. It is important to know that for these cases where we still have outstanding death benefits that have been kind of pending for 6 months or longer, CalSTRS is exhausted at that point. All its due diligence to locate the beneficiaries, or we have made numerous attempts to work with the beneficiaries to get the necessary information. Examples of information that we could be missing in order to pay the case could be the death certificate. It could be information to validate the beneficiary, or distribution information for the benefits that are payable. Once we've exhausted those leads, we do pause processing just to remove the case from the open caseload, and we have a quality assurance process to make sure that adequate attempts have been made to locate the beneficiaries or obtain documentation. And then, of course, processing will always resume if we receive the information that's needed, or if new contact arises from the beneficiary, or if we ourselves are able to find information to reach out to the beneficiaries. This is another area on the common causes that we did receive some responses from our peers on. And our survey results showed that the most common reason for a benefit being unpaid among our peers is also being unable to locate the beneficiary. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that we've shared before in the presentation. The chart displays the total dollar amount and case count of survivor benefit cases, comparing those that have been paid to those with remaining unpaid benefits and aged beyond 6 months from the notification of death. I do want to point out that this slide that I'm sharing with you now has been updated from the time that it was first posted to the board's site. We had a slide that had data through July of 2021, but this slide displays data from 2001 through July of this year. So it's the most recent information. So I just wanted you to be aware in case you see that an inconsistency in the slide that you first viewed.
So it's for 20 years then?
It's for 20 years. Yes. And the reason we start from 2001 is that's when START was implemented. So this is taking all of the information that we have in our current pension administration system. So important to note from this slide and just the history of our ratio of paid to unpaid cases, it has remained consistent for the years that we've been tracking it, that about 92% of all cases end up being paid, while 8% fall into that unpaid category. And cases come in and out of the unpaid group. If we get that additional information, we're able to pay the case. This is another question that we did pose to our peers, and 12 responses were received. The average unpaid death percentage was 7.6%, while CalSTRS is 8%. So we're pretty close to what the average is of those that reported to us. The lowest was about 1%. That was New York STRS, State Teachers Retirement System, and the highest percentage of unpaid cases was 25.9%, and that was reported by Texas Retirement System. So these survey responses are pretty hot off the press from NASRA in the last week. So, it does give us some information so that we can go connect with our peers, especially for those systems that are reporting lower percentages of or higher paid rates than what we're experiencing, just to see, to better understand why that is and if there's any best practices that we can employ or adopt to help increase our percentage of paid cases. Next slide, please. And so often we've been asked what happens to those unpaid dollars, and they remain in the teacher's retirement fund until we are actually able to resolve and pay the case. Our peers reported a similar practice, that they also will suspend efforts once they've exhausted their leads and are unable to collect the documents needed to pay. And their benefits are also held indefinitely until either a beneficiary steps up or necessary documentation is received. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to, again, talk about that good faith effort to exhaust all leads. We, over the long term, we end up paying about 92% of the cases. We use our third-party demographic and person location services to look for beneficiaries. And for those cases that that end up going cold for us, we do post them on our unclaimed property website. We continue to monitor for additional information coming into the system that will allow us to resume processing of those cases. And next slide. And of course, an additional critical, ongoing, and proactive efforts that CalSTRS takes on center on education of our membership and communication. Throughout the member's career and into retirement, CalSTRS engages in a number of outreach efforts to increase member awareness around the various aspects of retirement, as well as preparing for a sound financial future. This, of course, includes the benefits that are associated with survivor benefits and education about what happens when the member passes away. Some of those communication efforts include newsletters that are targeted toward both active and retired educators. We include information in the retirement progress reports for active members, and our retirement readiness group conducts lots of workshops and individual planning sessions that also contain information about survivor benefits and how to ensure they're designating beneficiaries and keeping them current and timely. Next slide. And there are also additional resources available on CalSTRS website that includes specific publications like our member handbook and the Protecting Your Loved One brochure that focus on survivor benefits. We have our benefit specialists and the retirement readiness group that do the pointed education, and you've heard Sandy Blair talk a lot about the workshops and the individual planning sessions that they do to educate our members. All right, I think we're moving on to the next slide, please. Additional publications include fairly new member kits that are targeted at various stages of our members' careers. And although I don't have a specific slide for it, in survivor benefits, we do outreach periodically to reach our members who do not have beneficiary designations on file. In fiscal year 1920, we performed outreach on approximately 30,000 accounts, and that resulted in a 27% response rate and allowed us to update 23% of those 30,000 accounts, which was about 5,500. In this current fiscal year, fiscal year 2021, we targeted about 5,000 accounts with missing designations. And we have a planned email campaign planned for October of this year, targeting members that are over the age of 70 that do not have a beneficiary designation on file, or who have missing demographic information from their existing beneficiary designations. Next slide, please. I know you will be hearing more about Pension Solution. I've talked about some of these future enhancements that will be part of Pension Solution that will allow us to be more proactive in ensuring that when a member does pass away, that we have the information available to us at that time that will allow us to pay benefits more timely, rather than having to search for individuals at that time. So a few of the improvements that we're expecting with Pension Solution include automated and targeted reminders across different platforms. For example, emails, regular mail, and eventually text messages. It allows us to adjust that communication more easily based on different member demographics and for various reasons, including completing a designation that is not complete, or ensuring that members update those designations so that we have accurate information to contact the beneficiaries. These enhancements are expected to assist members with maintaining up-to-date designations and to better position CalSTRS to quickly locate the beneficiaries and pay death benefits. And next slide, please. So this is pretty much wrapping up the presentation for today. I did talk about the outstanding death benefits payable, that ratio that has been consistent over several years of 92% paid to 8% that tend to go unpaid. The various types of outreach and education that we do to members and retirees, and some of the expectations we have in the future for being able to improve our service in this area. I do always like to remind you all that you have a staff in survivor benefits that is really dedicated to serving beneficiaries and not only paying benefits, but working with them in a compassionate and empathetic way. And the staff is beyond survivor benefits. It really starts with our retirement readiness group, who's educating proactively in the beginning stages. As we strive to pay all cases, a relatively small number of cases go unpaid, though we're always looking to increase that amount. We would love to pay every single case that comes our way. And for survivor benefits, it's an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Having a current beneficiary designation on file is the best way to position CalSTRS to be able to pay those benefits right away.
Yes, that's great. Thanks, Melissa. And that's what's so important is no matter if you're active or a retiree, you need to do that form and need to update it if there are any life changes that you have. So thanks very much for your presentation. And it looks like we have a couple of members. So Lynn and then Sharon.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you, Melissa, for the presentation on this subject. I know it's very difficult to try to find beneficiaries if the information is not up to date, and appreciate all of the outreach by your staff and looking forward to the added benefits or capabilities that Pension Solution will add. And my question is, I understand that you said that the majority of the unpaid benefits are because the beneficiary information isn't up to date. But in those cases where there is a beneficiary that comes forward and there's an issue with processing, is it because they don't have certain pieces of information, or I think you mentioned they can't provide a death certificate? And if that is the case, is your team able to help walk them through the process or make contact with local authorities that might be able to help them obtain that?
Yes. So there are instances where a beneficiary may have difficulty getting a death certificate. I think that's probably more rare than typical for the missing documentation piece, because family members are usually able to get a copy of the death certificate faster than CalSTRS can. But there are times when we will reach out to another state or a county to obtain the death certificate if a beneficiary is having difficulty with that. For the cases where we have a beneficiary and there's missing documentation, sometimes it may seem strange, but there are some times when a beneficiary just doesn't, either at the time doesn't want it, or it may be too consumed with something else. There are different reasons why they don't, but if there's anything that CalSTRS can do to assist them with that process, we do, and we will.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon.
Great, thanks, Madam Chair. Melissa, thanks. And I just wondered, back to our iPhone app and Pension Solution and kind of our tech future, I get dings on my phone all the time saying, hey, Sharon, update your information at American Express or whatever the company is. And I'm just wondering, either with the Pension Solution update, or are there ways, again, we can be proactive with our membership to be able to get people to do that? I know, I'll be honest, I'll admit it took me like 4 years of even being on the board to sign up as a one-time death beneficiary, because it's like going to the dentist. It's something you just don't think about, or you just put on your list and don't get to it. And it's so critical. And we on the board recognize when we see these statistics, 8% and the $87 million that are unpaid. So I just wondered what kinds of things can we do kind of on the front end? I know we can only control so much, but of being able to reach out to our members instead of waiting for them to check their my CalSTRS or something, to communicate with them and kind of give them a red flag that they need to make sure they do this one-time death beneficiary.
So that is part of the outreach that I briefly touched on during the presentation. Our biggest population that we targeted in the last few years was that 30,000 in fiscal year 1920. And at this point, for that outreach effort, that was by regular mail. The effort that we're planning in October will be via email. So we can pull a request for all members with email addresses and identify that those who do not have a designated beneficiary on file. So right now, those are some of the things that we do to be proactive in outreaching to members. In addition to those newsletters, we put articles in the newsletters at least once a year about the importance of updating designations. When we move into Pension Solution, it will be easier for us to do larger scale outreach efforts and on a regular basis to those who either do not have a designation on file or whose designation is dated. When we first started Pension Solution, Sharon, we talked a lot about a mobile app and having some of these features in a mobile app. Right now, that has been pushed out to be considered in optimization efforts while we get the core of our system in place. But those are, I think, potential enhancements that CalSTRS may consider once we get through the initial implementation of pension solution.
And I know we're dealing with the intergenerationality of our membership. And so even just talking to my mom yesterday, I mean, there's just different people are comfortable with different modes of communication. I love texting. My mom wants to talk on the phone and likes paper mail. And so I just think as many modalities as we can cover to just, because I think sometimes members just don't even know what the one-time death beneficiary is. They don't know that they're not signed up for it. So it's just kind of, and I know we don't always have the most up-to-date information in our membership. So, but as many modalities as we can try and hit and as proactive as we can be. I know staff are already thinking about this, but would love to get those numbers down on the unpaid side as much as possible. So thanks, Melissa. Ashish, do you want to add anything?
No, I think Melissa covered it. Actually, what we are doing, we are taking the baby steps. We are just ready. Technology will be ready for the infrastructure side, and we can turn on one at a time, because we have to take the baby steps, because just like you mentioned, we have 90 plus, 100 plus, the members as well as the millennials coming, right? So I think when we started the pension solution, we just thought that maybe we have a responsive website, My CalSTRS. We put more automation in there. A lot of alerts is going out, but we found out that not a lot of people are utilizing that one. So just like I think Gov delivery, Melissa mentioned, now we know who is opening up the email, who is not even looking at the email. I think those kind of statistics is helping us to just pave the path for the forward. And I know the security is always the top of the mind, but as we move forward in the pension solution, as well as other calstr.com, another initiative we are doing, how we'll be much more reaching out to our members in a different platform, not only IE, Safari, Chrome, the tablets. We have a wide range of arrays in there. So
Great.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thanks, Sharon. Lynn, we saw your hand up. Did you have another comment that you wanted to make?
No, sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, all right. Any other members wishing to make a comment or have questions or anything? Okay, and do we have any public comments on this item?
There are no callers in the queue right now.
Okay, great. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Melissa. Look forward to seeing that number go down, and thanks to your team for all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we are nearing the end of our agenda so quickly. Thank you, everyone. We're on item number 7. Am I right? For the draft agenda for the next committee meeting. Hope you've all had a chance to look at it. Bill, any thoughts on this? Any more things that we need to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, anyone else? So we're going to do the triennial health study and the member education and engagement efforts.
Yes.
Well, okay. All right. So we'll go on. And hopefully January 22, location to be determined, hopefully will be determined soon. So thank you, everyone. Okay, any other closing comments from the public?
There are still no callers in the queue.
Okay, all right. Thanks, everyone. I see Mr. Keeley. Mr. Keeley, I see Cassandra and Jill. Did you have anything that you wanted to add? Okay. So, Mr. Keeley, what's the plan for the next few hours?
Why don't we take a 15-minute break and we'll come back at 9:45.
For close?
We're going to log into closed session immediately. Is that correct, Cassandra?
9:45 we'll log into closed session.
Okay. All right.
Okay. See everyone at 9:45 in closed session.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Jonathan, we're going to get started.
Communications team, would you like, I will count you off 5 seconds.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd ask Jennifer if you could please take the roll for us.
Sure. Ms. Higa? Oh, sorry. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
And Ms. Higa, I'm sorry about that. I just.
That's okay. Here.
Mr. Pursuant?
Here.
Ms. Erden?
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto? Here. For the Director of Finance, Ms. Miller?
Here.
For the State Treasurer, Mr. Rufino?
Here.
For the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Johnson?
Here.
And Controller Yi?
Here.
Person Keely, you have quorum.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'd like we could approve the open session agenda, entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Second.
you, Ms. Miller. Thanks, Ms. Higa. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the open session agenda for today's meeting. Without objection, the agenda has been approved. There's no items to report from our previous or earlier closed session item, so it brings us directly to our first item in open session. Pursuant, I'll turn it over to you. We have 15 minutes allotted for this item.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. And thank you for the opportunity to provide pension solution project update. Today, I'm joined by Ashish and Bill, our project sponsors, Graham Finley from Independent Project Oversight, and Virginia Williams from CGI. As requested during the last board meeting, staff has provided an interim report update to address board's specific questions in addition to the regular project update. Since those reports already cover all the relevant details, I'm going to keep my update very brief and only touch upon 3 key items in my prepared update. The first item is about the latest progress on the revised schedule. On August 20th, CGI delivered a revised schedule for CalSTRS review. In addition to the necessary time extension, that revised schedule has 2 notable attributes. First, it combines FR2, function rollout 2 and function rollout 3 into one single rollout at go live. And second, it adds a soft launch component before that single rollout. Soft launch means providing our business users a chance to experience the production-like environment once the new system is stable enough after most of the testing is done before the go live. This is a helpful risk mitigation strategy and confidence booster exercise for our stakeholders. CalSTRS and oversight consultants have started to review the draft revised schedule delivered to us. Part of review, we look for completeness and accuracy of the remaining tasks to the extent possible. Look to verify if the proper dependencies between the tasks have been identified, and also to review assumptions made. CGI is expected to complete the resolution of review feedback by the end of next week. The second item has already been communicated before, but I do want to reiterate that again. While the revised schedule is being developed and reviewed, both CalSTRS and CGI project team have continued to work hard and make progress across various work streams. In other words, the project continues to make progress while waiting for the revised schedule. The progress made since the last board meeting is specified in the report we submitted, so I will not repeat the same information here. The last item, but not the least one, is about our teams on the ground on both sides of the organization. I want to take a moment to recognize and commend all the project team members, business subject matter experts, and the business users across the organization who continue to work very, very hard to ensure that we get a system that can pay accurate benefit to our members at go live. I also want to commend them to continue finding much needed balance between supporting business operations, supporting project needs, and also to work in determining a revised schedule. It's their passion for the work that has allowed us to make progress despite facing these challenges. And they are the reason why we remain confident in our ability to continue marching forward while navigating through current challenges. With that, I would like to invite Graham Finley from Independent Project Oversight to provide his assessment, and then we can take any questions you may have for us.
Great. Thanks, Pursuant. I mean, I don't want to add too much since I think you've covered, the majority of the points. I think maybe the one thing I would reemphasize is in the activities that have been happening over the last few weeks to review the draft schedule. There are a series of assumptions that schedule is based on that have been worked on over the last couple of months, in fact, and it's really a distillation of the experience of the project over the last 6 months or so in terms of ability to proceed on testing and the lessons that have been learned about ability to be productive and what the impact of the testing results have had on schedule progress. And so the schedule that's being put together is a reflection of that, but it's only a confident projection in as much as those assumptions prove to be true. And so I think we're continuing to monitor both in the testing results as they're coming in to see, for example, how many problem incident reports come up from each test case, as well as the ability to deploy the necessary resources in order to be able to maintain the necessary productivity. Because unless those assumptions that have, basically the data that we've used to build the schedule, unless that data is accurate in terms of informing our future assumptions, we can't necessarily have a lot of confidence in the projected schedule going forward. So it's important to sort of recognize that there's a lot of work put into the schedule development to date, but our confidence in the projection of the ability to meet those dates is contingent upon those assumptions continuing to be true. With that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. Open up to questions or comments from my colleagues. We'll start with the hands that I see in front of me. Ms. Miller from the Department of Finance, followed by Controller Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is CGI on as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Mr. Chair, with your permission, some of these questions, I think, go to CGI if they're able to respond.
Certainly. Let's bring CGI onto the screen, please. Representatives from CGI. And if you could just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Virginia Williams, and I'm a Senior Vice President at CGI. And I also have Nick Agrios, also a Senior VP at CGI on the call with me.
Thank you for being here. I'll yield the floor back to Ms. Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Williams and Mr. Agrios. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah. So the last time we had the opportunity to speak with you was about 7 months ago, and we asked a series of questions, many of which weren't followed up on. So I have another series today. They fall into categories of significant concern that we have really in 3 areas. I'm going to get to some specific questions. And we're concerned about the timeline, the lack of resources, and I really wanted to drill down on the lack of resources from CGI, potential extra costs. And then I just want to be clear that whenever you work with the state, especially on a project that began in 2014, and there's reputational vulnerability for all of us, because our number one priority is that when our members, the core of the really societal fabric, I don't mean to overstate that, when teachers go online to get their benefits, we expect them to get them. They're the reason we're all here. And I think not taking kind of the view of how incredibly important this service is. And I really do hold CGI accountable for that, because obviously CalSTRS understands that mission. I'd really like to make sure we understand the answers. So my biggest question to you, Ms. Williams, and I hope you'll relay this to your CEO, first and foremost, is a question of resources. And I'm going to ask you very candidly not to talk about the pandemic. I think as a technology company, I would expect that the ability to navigate a pandemic, especially given the strengths and the core competencies of your company, is actually not the reason. The direct resources that have been committed to this project, how project leadership roles, how you intend in a timely manner to keep the project moving forward, and what and whom you expect to dedicate to CalSTRS in order to ensure not just completion, and I want to be really careful to explain this. This isn't about completing the project. It's about completing an incredibly complex and deliberately user-friendly product that you've committed to all along. So I'm going to start there. And then with your permission, Mr. Chair, I actually have a few other questions.
You simply let me know, Ms. Miller, when you want to yield the floor. Use this time to ask all the questions that you have.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Board Member Miller, we did respond to your questions several months ago. We were instructed to send that response to CalSTRS, and we did. If you'd like to see that response directly from us, we certainly can resend it to you. The resources are challenging, that's true, but we have a number of key staff who have been on this project since its inception. We've had really good stability in many of the key staff roles. We are working diligently to backfill 2 key staff roles right now. We have one of those lined up to be filled, and another one that we plan to put a temporary resource in, as we think that the resources that are preferred by CalSTRS will come available at the first of the year. Additionally, we do some of the development work offshore, and we have built a bench of developers offshore. During this pandemic time, we have staffed and built that bench so that we can stay on track. So efforts are underway, and I could certainly follow up with some more details, but your concern is understood, and it is a point of focus for us.
Great. With the permission of the chair, I think we would like to have in writing kind of the resource commitment and the level of team members that will be committed and that will see this project now through to fruition. And I think given where we are 6 years later, I think what we'd like to see, Ms. Williams, is either you or your CEO actively involved in oversight of these resources, because obviously that has been one of the major obstacles to completion. So I think, so that's sort of the first question on resources. I just want to repeat back what I heard from you, which is that you're developing talent offshore and you will have a plan for talent not until the first of the year. Did I hear that correctly?
For one of the resources, for one of the key resources that I think we have been challenged in filling, we have offered a number of candidates that for one reason or another have not been selected by the project team. But as we work through that process, finding that right combination of knowledge and skill, we are going to assign a very strong candidate, has 3 years experience with the product that we're implementing, lives here locally in Sacramento, and has delivered large systems implementation. And we're going to put forward that candidate to fill that one key staff role, with the idea that there will be other candidates that do become available at the first of the year for the CalSTRS project's evaluation. But I have a lot of confidence in this resource that we're putting in temporarily, and have recommended that he actually be a permanent candidate. But nevertheless, we're going to put him in the role permanently because we think another couple of candidates become available in January, and we'd like to present those to CalSTRS as well. And as for myself, in terms of executive leadership, Board Member Miller, I am a Sacramentan. I'm not going anywhere. I was born and raised here, educated here, and so I intend to stay with the CalSTRS project.
Thank you for that. I'm going to come back perhaps to our team on the question of this resources. I'm a little bit concerned that we know resources are an obstacle, and it sounds like we don't have a plan. It sounds like we have an interim plan with then yet another change in January. So I'd like to make sure we understand that continuity plan. Maybe, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, if I could ask Mr. Mittal, does that is that what you expect in terms of resource commitment or the CEO? I don't know who best to answer that question.
Sure, I can take a shot at it. So to me, there are two types of challenges with the resources. One is CGI ability to fill the resources, the key positions in a timely manner. And second, making sure we have sufficient and skilled resources to stay on track to complete tasks on time. So there are two different things. And the key resources are probably two, as Virginia is saying. But when it comes to ensuring we have sufficient and skilled resources to complete tasks on time, I personally feel that we are lacking in both the areas, and both the areas needs to be strengthened further in order to stay on track with the revised plan.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Ms. Lichnock, were you going to comment on that? And then
I was just going to reiterate that same point, that it's two areas of key resources and sufficient resources to staff the project to get it to completion. And I wasn't sure I heard that part from Ms. Williams. So I didn't know I thought that she was only speaking about key resources, but not the number and volume of resources necessary. So maybe if she could answer that part.
So I actually spoke a little bit to both of those, Cassandra. The development resources that are offshore, the bench that we're creating so that we can account for when folks are sick or need to care for loved ones who are sick, that we have the backfills ready to go for those positions. So in building that bench offshore, that is one method for us to make sure that we have the resources to stay on track. Additionally, we need to settle in on the schedule. The schedule drives timelines and resource needs. And you have my commitment that when we have all stacked hands on the schedule and have agreed to it, that we will resource to that schedule. Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask then a question. So that seems to me, Ms. Williams, like a chicken and an egg, excuse my dog in the background. Whether resources or a schedule drive, I think that's a complex question. And I'm not sure I would agree with you that the schedule drives, because we're behind schedule. So it's hard for me to think that, I think we've seen a lot of staff turnover at CGI in recent months, and it's clearly impacted the project. So I just wonder, other than the bench you're creating offshore, what other solutions have you implemented to mitigate the impacts of your staff turnover?
We have brought on additional resources in the analyst and design area. I think there were just 3 new resources added in that area. So there have been resources onboarded in the last couple of months since I've been involved with the project, and we can get you a detailed accounting of that.
Please, and I'd like just sort of the specific structural changes that you're implementing in the long term. I think it's not just a question of number of folks, but sort of why the turnover and then the solution to the turnover. So I think it's a 3-part question in that regard, please. And feel free, Ms. Williams, to provide, when this goes to the board, certainly to provide these answers to everyone on the board, please. And that way there's no issues of who's getting the information. So then specifically on some of the pieces that I understand you're recommending, one of it is this combined rollout of FR2 and FR3. And, I think there's a lot of questions on how that impacts the budget and the schedule. But I'll put a pin in that and let the team answer that. But what do you think the potential risks to the project of combining FR2 and FR3 could be from a quality point of view?
I think there's pros and cons to the combination of FR2 and FR3. We have looked at that collectively with CalSTRS. I'll probably invite my colleague Nick to speak more to that. But there are scenarios in which they do not remain combined and that we would implement FR2 much earlier than FR3. And those are models that we have discussed and presented and are collaborating with CalSTRS on. But there are pros and cons for both of that. And I think really Nick is probably better able to answer your question.
Thank you, Virginia. I think it's important to understand how this schedule was developed. This schedule was developed jointly with the CalSTRS project team, largely at their direction, and their direction is following the board's direction that the most important thing is quality. And so the schedule is long, longer than I would have anticipated. And that is because there has been a lot of testing added throughout the process to ensure quality. And none of that testing has been reduced. In fact, it's been expanded across the board. I don't think that combining FR2 and FR3 really creates any more risk to end users when the system goes live. I think that risk is the same as it would have been separately. What this does is a different thing, is it prevents the possibility that FR3 will lag FR2. And so since we were worried about the gap between FR2 and FR3, combining these two is a safer answer for the working population of CalSTRS. Had we done separate releases, there's a period there where the back office staff of CalSTRS would have been hard packed until FR3 came online. And by doing them together, we eliminate that period. So I don't think there's any more risk to go live from the giant thing. The bigger risk is just that it takes a long time to go live. And so whenever projects start running too long, there is, it's hard to keep momentum up. I think that's the biggest risk of the combined plan.
Right. Okay. I just have one more question, Mr. Chair, and then I'll yield it. So what we've seen, and I think this was the point of our earlier questions a few months ago, is the continued delays and to the completion of the contractor and user acceptance testing FR is functional rollout. I should have clarified that too. How is that, just to your point, Mr. Agrios, affected then the project schedule and the draft schedule that you provided in June? So I sort of understand your point about the trade-offs, but now I want to understand kind of the point about how it actually affects the schedule.
So could you be a little bit more clear? Are you asking about how
you provided I'm sorry?
Are you asking how the delays in the testing affect the schedule, or what's
So we've had these continued delays in the completion of the contractor and user acceptance testing for FR2. That's what we were just talking about. So I just want to kind of specifically understand what you were saying is now the rollout 3 may surpass the rollout 2. I know this is really technical. Now that we know for certain of these delays in the functional rollout 2, how does that impact the schedule? Because you weren't clear about that in your briefing in June. What is the expected delay that you provided in June? Or is that still the schedule you believe will work with the changes you've made?
The schedule we provided in June is still the primary schedule we're working on. That hasn't changed. Obviously we've had a lot of schedule delays that started in the CAT, the contractor acceptance test, which we would also call a system test. And that test is, it was simply much harder to execute than we would have thought. It's very difficult to create the test data conditions to execute tests in a pension system because of the duration of the data. And so our own execution ability was slower than we thought it would be in the beginning, and it took a while for us to build the tools and techniques to accelerate our test execution. I would suggest that CalSTRS is finding a similar thing doing a user acceptance test, which is that they also have projected execution rates and are finding that it's difficult to do that given the complexity of generating data for tests and retests. And so it's just harder than people think compared to other IT systems. I think that we have modeled what has happened in the past CAT and in the past UAT, and those models are what we use to create the schedule. And so the new dates include the time it takes based on actual performance, not on performance that we might have estimated based on other IT projects. So we think this is far more accurate and also far more conservative. These are conservative parameters in the models throughout the planning process. So no corner is being cut to make it go faster. In fact, if anything, we're going the other way just to make sure we have time and really time to make sure we can complete all the testing in front of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agrios. Ms. Millers, I'm going to turn the floor over to our State Controller, Betty Yee. There was a request and I'll ask staff that the series of questions that Ms. Miller has submitted to CGI and Ms. Williams has stated that they've been responded to, that communication and any others that would be appropriate for the full board to have visibility into, I'll defer to staff as to what we can all see at the same time, be shared with all of us so that we're all working from the same information. Thanks, Ms. Miller, for your line of questions. Let me turn it to Controller Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, Ms. Miller, for the questions, which I'm going to tee off of a few more if I could. I would agree with Ms. Miller. We have kind of a chicken and egg or catch-22 issue with respect to resources. I mean, we're talking about a draft schedule, and I guess I questioned, just with the concerns that we have about resources, the ability to meet a new timeline. And so, it's like I just feel like we're presented the situation now where we've seen kind of what's dragged the project in this recent period of time, and I just would like to ask CGI just for a little bit more proactive, kind of approach to this. This is a lot of visibility for a very complex project that is very significant in terms of delivering benefits to our members, to the second largest public pension fund in the United States. So I don't need to tell you how important it is to all of us on this board, but I hope you share that sentiment and know that we expect full commitment relative to resources, relative to information. And I, for one, feel that we've known about these staff resources for a while, and I think, Mr. Agrios, we've even had you come before the board on a couple of occasions, and we've never had kind of a deep dive about it. So I would just ask that as a partnership that works going forward, that we just are made known about what some of these challenges are and what you are doing to address them. Because this is, I don't know how else to kind of make that clearer, but it is an expectation I think we all have, finding ourselves in this situation right now. I do have to say I'm disappointed, because when I hear things like we ask for more testing, or we somehow kind of driving towards the quality that we demand in a system like this to deliver for our members is something extraordinary, is a little troublesome to hear. I would expect that that's kind of the commitment that all of us have to this project on both sides. And so I will say that I've been, and I'll just be upfront, I've been really disappointed. This is something that I hope that as we, the board, made a decision that we wanted to commit to quality and knew that that would cost us with respect to time, that there would be an ongoing just a conversation about how we keep to that, and the resources are very much about that. So I'm just going to put that forth, and then as someone who's been around, has worked, houses many large IT systems, I will say that this is one where it's not the most complex that the state of California has, but it is one that is certainly has its own set of unique attributes. And so I do hope that when you continue to work with our team, that what comes forward is really not just progress, but an identification of challenges and also potential resolutions for them. I don't want to be, our oversight role as a board only goes as far as having good information. And I think all of us face equal exposure if this doesn't proceed as we had contemplated for a system when we first embarked on this several years ago. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman that each time we have this item agendized before the board, that we have a CGI representative. I also would like to see articulated who the CGI team is going forward, so that we're not kind of guessing where we've got gaps, and that there are people who are accountable for various aspects of this. And Ms. Williams, I appreciate you being here, Mr. Agrios, and if you are the two who are going to be here to be overseeing your side of the operation of this project, we're happy to welcome you, but that would be my expectation. It's very, very tough to do oversight when we don't have information, and it's kind of a moving target for me. You can talk about resources on the one hand, but now we're talking about a draft schedule, which is totally tied into resources. And so I really am kind of swirling at this point about just how we even conduct our oversight role without, just kind of some of these issues landing. And then lastly, what I will say is, with delays like this, I'm always very concerned about, just how we continue to keep, user confidence up. And this is something that I think we all share, and that but part of this ask of you to just be more forthright and to bring information forward to us is in the spirit of being sure that we are continuing to have the highest level of confidence in what will ultimately be a system that delivers for our members.
Thank you, Controller Yee. Any response by the representative of CGI specifically to the comments of Controller Yee, or just processing her thoughts at this point?
No specific comments other than to say that I am happy to share with the board the steps that we have taken on the resources. The pandemic aside, it is true industry-wide that the IT professionals have a variety of choices of projects that they can participate on across the nation now that there's so much work from home. So we do compete nationally now to keep our resources here and on the CalSTRS project. And it does have an impact when schedules move out and people feel as though, this is a longer and longer term assignment. Is it in fact enhancing my skills and building my resume? So a lot of conversations with the CalSTRS team about, we need to promote within the project. If people are ready for that next jump, it does a number of good things for them, for their resume, and keeps them excited about being on this project. But I want you to know that we have gone to great lengths to keep the stability of resources on the project, including adding and offering salary increases in the tens of thousands of dollars to individuals to keep them on this project. So, it has not been without a lot of effort on our part to keep some stability in staff and to continue to resource. But it's a hot job market, and we're doing our best to compete and keep the staff here. It is important, though, to know what scope is going to be included in the new schedule and what is that new schedule. It will have its own staffing plan, and we absolutely are committed to staffing to that schedule. I don't like a chicken and an egg. It's not a chicken and an egg. We are anticipating what the schedule would look like, and we are working with our workforce managers on that.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question just on that issue?
Of course, just let us know when you want to yield the floor, Controller.
Okay, I think this may be the last question, and that is, so you're going to have a new staffing plan with respect to the schedule under consideration now. So talk about what that transition would look like, because from our perspective, I just have to say that, and again, this is where I'm looking at Grant Thornton to help us maybe connect the dots with respect to the CalSTRS staff perspective and CGI's perspective. But so I guess I don't know what that means, Ms. Williams, where, so what happens with the schedule that's in place now and the progress that continues to be made now and relative to the staffing associated with that and then the new schedule?
For the schedule that is in place now and the staffing that is in place now, we are continuing to make sure that we bring staff on to complete those obligations. Like I mentioned before, We've brought on a number of new design analysts. We've built some capacity offshore. We are putting a temporary application development manager in place until we can find some candidates that tick all the boxes for the CalSTRS team. So doing a lot of creative things to keep the staffing for the current project and things moving forward.
Okay.
If I could help a little bit with the staffing plan part of it, all part of the schedule includes the resources required to complete the tasks. And so the staffing plan lists those resources by name throughout the duration of the project. In some cases, those names are TBD, where we have to bring in new people, but that's the full staffing plan. It is part and parcel of the plan. And so to avoid this chicken and egg problem, they go hand in hand together. They are already linked.
Okay. All right. At some point, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to hear the staff perspective on that as well. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Controller. Turn it over to Mr. Pursuant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. Williams and your colleague whose name has just disappeared off my screen. Anyway, there's very little I can add to what has been said so far in the questions that have been asked, but you know, my simple-mindedness here, I look at this, your bid on this contract, you were awarded the contract, and we're going through the contract, and you have staff problems. Those staff problems create, you know, some timing issues. And you say I think you said by the beginning of next year, you're going to try to build the bench offshore. And I guess my question is, why haven't you been more aggressive in this regard earlier? And has it been financial? You know, has it been, I mean, you've talked about the competitiveness of getting the right people. And, you know, my question is, you know, you've got reputational risk here as well. You've committed, you've committed to perform this agreement. Mm-hmm. And so far, you know, it has not worked out very well. And, you know, the problem I have is that my fiduciary duty is to the members, the California state educators. And, you know, this is one of our largest contracts. And, you know, I would think that your company would look at this and say, you know, this is the second largest pension fund in the world. The second largest, it's the largest educator pension fund in the world, second largest in the United States. And, you know, we're in a state in which you've done business before. Why haven't you been more attentive and more aggressive about performing your agreement?
So let me make sure I didn't misspeak. The bench that we talked about offshore has already been created. Not waiting till January to do that. That's already happened. I mentioned the additional money that we put forward on salaries to prevent attrition. You know, when a member at CGI comes to us and says, look, I've just been offered, you know, $20,000 more to go to another project, and we are matching those offers, that is our financial commitment to this project. And we have done that on many times. Sometimes it works and they stay, sometimes it doesn't. There may be something more exciting about the other project. It may have offered them a promotional opportunity, whatever it is. But we have not sat on our hands and not been willing to come forward in a financial respect to keep our talent on this project and to build that bench offshore. Those things are happening and have been happening now.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but who
I'm so
bears
sorry.
that risk? I don't mean to interrupt you, but who bears that risk? Do we have to financially bear that risk, or do you?
No,
it's not our risk.
Correct.
It's not our risk.
Correct. They have not asked you to bear that risk.
Okay.
Absorbed that risk. That's my point about the fact that it hasn't been a financial consideration that we have passed on to you. I just want you to be aware that we do those things and we are stepping up and we are absorbing the costs of the competitive salaries to keep people in place.
Well, if I could leave you with, the last thought, at least from my perspective and from the other speakers so far, the other board members that have spoken so far, is that we expect a heck of a lot more from you. We really do. And it's because we have an obligation to the California educators. And this is a significant agreement in CalSTRS budget. It's a big deal to us. It may not be a big deal to you, but it is a big deal to us. And we hope you can perform a little bit better than you have. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pursuant. And I don't see any other board members' hands that are up. I don't think much more needs to be said on our behalf. I think Controller Yee, Board Member Miller from the Department of Finance, and you yourself, Mr. Pursuant, have represented the concerns and questions of the board individually, collectively, quite well. I think the message is clear. I don't know if the representatives, Ms. Williams or Mr. Agrios, or any members of the staff have any closing comments or thoughts that you want to leave us with before we continue with our agenda. But I want to thank you for both being with us on screen today, and we will hold you to your commitment to be with us at future board meetings and being on screen and being accessible to the board. I'll turn it to you if any closing thoughts or comments.
I can comment. I just want to make one comment that we're going to be working with CGI to make sure that we understand and can deliver a resource work plan that that demonstrates an achievable schedule once we get to that point.
Thank you, Ms. Licknock. Ms. Williams, Mr. Agrios, thank you for being with us today. Enjoy the weekend. Take care.
Thank you.
That concludes item 7, which brings us to item 8 on the agenda, which is a continuing conversation on the LTIP. The item is pretty straightforward. We have several consultants with us, along with our outstanding head of human resources, Ms. Norcia, Melissa. We're going to be looking to take one item, and there is a recommendation before us on the one item around the LTIP. And then the second part of the item is to get feedback from us. So let me turn it over to Melissa.
Thank you, Chairperson Keeley. Good afternoon, Melissa Norcia, Director of Human Resources. It's great to be spending time with all of you this afternoon and continuing our discussion on the long-term incentive plan. I'm going to keep the intro short because I want to make sure we have space for discussion and feedback from all of you. This item is really just built off of the feedback and lessons learned from the June meeting. And I hope the board is agreeable and appreciates the bite-sized approach we are taking with introducing the components for the LTIP framework. Today, as Chairperson Keeley mentioned, we're going to be covering 3 components. The first is the LTIP performance period. We've had discussions about what that period should be, 3, 4, or 5. Your compensation consultant is going to provide a recommendation, and we are asking for the board's consideration to take action on this one item only. The next 2 components are information only, the participant eligibility in an LTIP, and then the progress with cost savings measure. Again, these last 2 components are discussion, and we are seeking feedback and direction from all of you. Luis Navis, your primary compensation strategist, could not be here with us today. Peter Landers with GGA is taking the lead on this presentation, along with Stephen McCourt and Alan Income from Makita. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Peter. You're on mute, Peter.
There we go. Thank you, Ms. Norcia. And thank you to all the board members today. Like Ms. Norcia had mentioned, we're going to quickly walk you through our recommendation on a suitable performance period to be covered within the long-term incentive plan, we can then open it up for any comments there. And then we'll quickly walk you through some considerations around a couple of different ways to think through plan eligibility in the LTIP program and some of the the pros of adopting one or the other on the eligibility front. So on the first piece, if we can flip to slide 2, just quickly updating the board on your board approved compensation philosophy. And this is something that you should be mindful of as you think through both the performance period as well as your thoughts on the eligibility front in terms of looking at, if you recall, back in June, we ran a compensation study that following this philosophy looked at the approved peer groups, looked at where you were positioned against those peer groups, and noted from a total compensation perspective some gaps to the market. And again, that is to the median of the market, so the midpoint of the market, not above that. So just a reminder of that. If we can flip to the next slide, please. We really, tossed this back and forth, thought through the most common performance periods that we see when organizations have adopted long-term incentives really range between 3 and 5 years. And when we thought through a variety of different considerations and thought through, CalSTRS specific needs, if you are to embark and approve a long-term incentive in the future, we found that 5 years was the right period. And the reason we say that is it really reflects a longer term time period to measure those investment performance and cost savings results. So it is aligning with that view of tying to the longer term performance of the fund. It also aligns with a timeline that you're already collecting and analyzing performance on, because you currently look at 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. And while we note that 5 years is definitely on the higher end or the longer end of the spectrum, it is still a timeline that is measured and included in these types of programs. And as well, with some of you also having experience working on the CalPERS board, it also aligns with a 5-year time frame that they are looking at. And so it's a length of time that you should be comfortable with analyzing investment performance and potentially cost savings under the plan as well. So those are sort of the key reasons why we're coming forward with the recommendation of a 5-year performance period, measuring against long-term results, aligns with how you already track things, and should be quite comfortable and in line with general market practice. So maybe I'll stop there, and if there are any comments on this recommendation, happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Landers. If we could drop the slides at this point. Thank you. Any questions or comments about the recommendation of the 5-year time period? Okay, we've been swimming in these waters for a long time, so we're familiar with this. Let me go to Ms. Hendricks.
I was just curious if Alan and Stephen could just comment on their experience advising other pension funds and kind of what your sense is in terms of length of time and what you've seen with other LTIPs.
Steve McCourt, Makita. Not a large number of our clients have long-term incentive plans, but the ones that do 5 years is the common time frame.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? If not, Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really more perhaps for staff. That was really helpful, Mr. McCourt. I don't know if Mr. Ailman is potentially on. It's just in terms of how just in terms of the historic fund performance for 2021, how do we believe additional incentives will generate improved investment returns beyond the work currently being done? And Mr. Aylman, I'm going to ask you kind of specifically to talk about pre and post PEPRA, just because I don't know that everyone has the benefit of understanding this, and it's obviously just for the investment side. And if you could also just share kind of your retention and attrition statistics, just so we kind of level set on those. I think both of those pieces of information could be really helpful for the team. And then I'll ask the same of Miss Norsha as well, just in terms of how 5 years seems to work and what perhaps, maybe I won't even have you answer that question today, Ms. Norsha, because I think it has more to do with what metrics we set. But for you, Mr. Aylman, if you don't mind answering that today, please.
Sure. I would have to say our primary focus has been 3 years because that's what's used in the actuarial smooth. We think out to 5 years because we think long term. In terms of how does this incentivize or change the return profile for staff, the one thing I'll say, when we first started the incentive program, I was truly surprised at how focused the staff was. Most of us being in government, we might have come from an incentive system, but we knew, like for myself, when I started, there wasn't one present. But it's highly motivated the staff to focus in on those objectives and those goals of beating their benchmarks. Adding this because it's 5 years, I think what it already emphasizes, because we have a 3-year smooth, you need to beat your benchmarks year in and year out. You can't just have one smashing year and then walk away. And 5 years means you got to be really consistent all the time. You can't have much of a down period. So I think if anything, it just rewards, again, long-term thinking, which was important to us. To me, the key to this benefit or this incentive is retention. Your question about PEPRA, I ran through the statistics with HR. Right now, about, I don't have it off the top of my head, actually. Unfortunately, I didn't write it down. I didn't print it. 43% of the associate portfolio managers are in the PEPRA program, meaning that they don't have a traditional defined benefit plan. They have to work much longer in terms of age in order to qualify for that plan, and you have a reduced benefit. So, within the portfolio, it's anybody that's been hired since 2013. Why that's important to us is the collaborative model really only started a few years ago. And all these recent hires, even the ones that Makita talked about yesterday in private equity that they're so impressed with, are all people who are not coming here, say, for the traditional defined benefit plan. And the thing I would emphasize, with a 5-year period, this plan's not going to start for 5 years. This plan is not really being designed and isn't going to show its value to the fund for the baby boomers because they're going to retire. It's really going to show its benefit for that group we've hired now in the last 5 years. We want them to stick around when we get to 2026, 27, 2030. So it's about 40% of the associate portfolio managers. I believe it drops to 35% of the portfolio managers right now. About a third are in PEPRA versus the traditional defined benefit. The directors levels, and obviously Scott and I are long-term people, but for the directors, basically one of them right now is in PEPRA. So I look at this as a future way to add to that retention of the staff. Hopefully that answers your questions.
Yeah, that's super helpful, especially the kind of the distinction of the benefit of a defined benefit plan and those that don't actually have the same benefit. I think that's a really kind of California specific data point that's important as we consider this. I do just sort of speaking about the success yesterday of where we are in terms of our portfolio. You do have an incredibly low retention rate. It's about 5.5% according just in the investment side. So I do, as much as I think
turnover rate. I just want to be clear. Retention rate's 95%.
95, excuse me, attrition rate. Sorry. Yes, that was a very good correction. But I do think it shows the strength of your team, which as we have these conversations around LTIP and what we need to look at more, salary is only one consideration. And I do think this becomes kind of an enterprise-wide question, of course, but you're maybe a victim of your success, but I think it's why the pre and post PEPRA question becomes so important. when we look at LTIP, rather than just sort of as an exercise, a theoretical exercise, actually understanding kind of the what and the how is really important. So I appreciated that explanation.
Thanks, Ms. Miller. I see Controller Yi, question.
Just a real quick question, Harry, and that is, Mr. Chair, just want to be sure that there were no changes being suggested to the percentage payouts that were presented previously in our meeting.
That's correct. The only issue, of course, is the 5
period, the performance period. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands, there is a recommendation for a 5-year period for the LTIP. If we get to the point where we actually fully get to the LTIP, this is the first step in the process, getting to a consensus around the 5-year period, retention, long-termism. Is there a recommendation or a motion to approve the recommendation?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the 5-year performance period for purposes of LTIP.
Thank you, Controller Yi. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Pursuant. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Yamanat, would you please take?
Sure, I'm on that. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Higa?
Yes.
Mr. Prezant?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Controller Yi?
Aye.
Chairperson Keeley, would you care to vote?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next portion of this item has to do with really providing guidance and feedback, our thoughts on 2 areas of the LTIP. The purpose is really not for us to get to consensus or conclusion on either one of these items today. So please keep that in mind. This is not a finish line. This is just throwing our own individual thoughts and ideas to the consultant. So as they go back to continue to work on these items, they'll have our thinking on it. Certainly not the end of our thinking. It's really a continuation of the dialogue. So don't feel as if we need to get to any consensus views. If there is some, it will surface. If it doesn't, that's okay for today. So let me turn it back to you, Melissa, and the consultants that are with us.
Yeah, actually, I'll just have Peter, if you could just come back on screen, and maybe we can, Jonathan, if we could put the presentation back up. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, if we can flip to the next slide, please. Awesome. So just as a bit of background and, as part of the deliberations, what we've done is tried to summarize for the board here the general eligibility that we see in terms of long-term incentives when we look at the roles that are under your setting authority. So the first, that middle column, is really looking at in the broader peer group, what are the general, eligibility, and check marks basically mean it's quite prevalent. Mixed means, some organizations do it, some organizations don't. And typically not eligible obviously means those type of roles are not eligible. And then what we've done, just for reference, is, the closest sort of geographic peer, looking at CalPERS, who is, definitely in the US pension fund space, moving the needle on the LTIP portion. Just providing for your reference their current eligibility framework. So just so you have that as you're thinking through, and we talk about this sort of broader approach to eligibility in the LTIP or a narrower approach to eligibility in the LTIP. And I think it's important to realize that within your board approved peer group, which is a mixture of US pension funds, some Canadian funds, as well as some private sector sponsors, when you look at LTIP, it's currently in place at the Canadian funds and CalPERS and at private sector peers, and it's generally not in place at most other US pension fund peers. So it is important to realize you would be in the US pension fund space a bit of a leader on this initiative, but definitely in the broader marketplace, when you look at pension funds outside of the US, you look at the private sector, these are, this is the type of program that is typically in place for the types of roles that you are recruiting for and looking to retain to be successful under the collaborative model. So I just wanted to highlight that for the group here. If we can move to the next slide, please. So when we think of a broader eligibility for long-term incentives, so having more people in the program, there are some key things to consider as rationale for why you might do this. One is it would be reflective of your board-approved philosophy, which looks to be externally competitive and to be internally equitable for similar types of roles. It also would align with the labor market analysis that you would have seen back in June, which said that from a total compensation perspective, the lack of LTIP is positioning CalSTRS for many roles below the median of your board-approved peer group. This is a key one, this third piece, the idea of one team and the need to have one team that is critical to the success of the collaborative model. So it goes beyond just the investment staff that obviously are in the front office and doing the deals, but it strikes on the importance of some of the non-investment staff, the investment services folks who of course support the investment team and who are doing a lot of really complicated and increased deal flow transactions when compared to the general marketplace. And it also looks at that executive management staff that also play a critical role to the success of the collaborative model and the longer term performance of the fund. So that's something that having more people involved helps with that. It obviously recognizes the need to attract and retain high performing talent, both on the executive management side and investment services side, along with your front office staff. And it will allow for minimal changes to eligibility in the future, which will provide more consistency, and therefore you won't be seeing in the future any sort of potential rises, two material rises in your potential LTIP costs. So that's, if you're thinking through reasons why you might want to do a broader LTIP eligibility, these are the types of considerations, along with some of the comments that Mr. Ailman would have made earlier around the need to retain and make sure you're taking into account the people that might be in PEPRA that don't have as good of a pension promise in the future, and those younger staff that you're looking to build throughout the organization from that associate portfolio manager level up into more senior levels over the next few years. So that's some rationale for broader LTIP eligibility. If we flip to the next slide, please. Two of the most common reasons we see for a narrower or a more targeted eligibility to start off is obviously naturally would keep potential LTIP costs lower at the start of the program. So it would give you time to see how the plan plays out, how much you're having to spend on this LTIP initiative. So it gives you that time to really see if it's working or not. And it is important to realize that, given our years and years of experience working with pension funds that have adopted these types of programs, is not all of them have gone sort of, everyone participates up front. There are definitely lots of examples of funds that have started with that more narrower approach, focusing on the most sort of senior executives like the CEO position and then investment staff professionals. And then over time, they have started to include other, for lack of a better term, other executive management roles or investment service type roles over time. So this is something that there would be historical context and practice of doing that. And so those are probably the two most common and most sort of strong rationales for why you might want to follow a narrower approach to eligibility. If we can flip to the next slide, please. The next two slides are really just looking at potential. And again, we can do lots of variations of these, but this gives you a sense through the check marks of the types of roles that would generally participate in a broader LTIP program. So you can see there's a lot more check marks in this table. And then if we go to the next slide, please, you can see under a narrower approach, it would be more targeted at mostly just the investment staff. Typically a CEO would also participate in this type of program, but you can see some of the differences if you go with a narrower or a broader approach to the eligibility. And again, these are just potential. We can do iterations of this, of course, when we get down, in future sessions, in future meetings. to define this further. And then if we follow to the next slide, please. In our view, and this is just, our view as your compensation consultant, we generally like the broader approach. We really believe that, it is critical to not only, of course, incent your investment professionals, but also the critical teams that are also supporting the investment team on those deals, on all the different investments, and also to the executive management team, who are also very important in terms of overseeing things and making sure longer term that you're aligning with performance. And again, it also will align you with your compensation philosophy of making sure that you're aligning your executive, but also your investment talent with the median of your board approved peer group. And again, I go back to the June study that showed there were some gaps, obviously larger for investment professionals, but there were still gaps observed to the median for your executive management and investment services staff. And so a broader eligibility would allow you to align to that median through an incentive that is at risk, that is longer term in nature, that won't pay out for several years, as opposed to trying to fill that potential gap with increased salary, which isn't at risk, or an annual incentive that you're paying out on an annual basis. So with that, I'll conclude our talk on this, and I open this up to any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Landers. We could drop the slides. Thank you. We'll open it up to the committee for your views on a narrower approach or a broader approach to eligibility as an initial conversation. We'll start with Ms. Miller, and then Ms. Higa, and then Controller Yi.
I'm happy to go after everyone else, Mr. Chair.
Great. So thank you, Ms. Miller. Very, very kind of you. Ms. Higa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Gail. I just a couple of questions. I wonder if you could just help me understand the thinking behind distinguishing within the investment staff between, I think what you've got described as front office. So that's the staff within the asset classes that are sort of doing the deals and negotiating potentially some of the co-investment or collaborative model opportunities. And distinguishing them from the investment services staff. I understand that those investment services staff may not be participating in, making deals, finding deals, negotiating, but I think that they still play a critical part and, potentially even sort of a greater role, given the new type of responsibility and activity we're taking on with the collaborative model. So could you just maybe provide some insight on that, Peter?
Happy to. One thing I will point out is part of it comes down to market prevalence. And so when I said there's mixed prevalence in the marketplace, there are some pension funds that have a broad approach and that will incent both, will, for lack of better terms, front office and investment services staff both under an LTIP program. And there are others that choose to limit that to just the investment staff itself. So market prevalence wise, that is why we consider under a broader approach you'd include them, under a narrower you may not. But again, you could make an iteration of that and include investment services staff and maybe not other roles. But when you look at general market practice, it tends to be a mixed practice, and that's why we delineate between the two. Definitely will not argue that the investment services staff are playing a critical role in supporting and in aiding the front office staff as well. And I think that's a debate that this board should have is, do we want to delineate between the two, or do we want to make sure that we're, from an eligibility perspective, being internally equitable between that front office staff and the investment services staff. But yes, market prevalence wise, it can be mixed from organization to organization.
And I guess the perspective that I'd share is that, when we've been talking about the potential LTIP, there have been a lot of considerations that have kind of overlapped and gotten mixed in this. To some extent, people are looking back at the market survey that showed that there were some gaps with market competitiveness. So that's a rationale for the LTIP. There's sort of, retention or ability to attract new staff that we need to be successful with the collaborative model. There's looking at what our peers or our competitors are doing. So a number of different considerations. And I guess, what I would offer is that at least as we're thinking about eligibility, I do think it's important to think about who is contributing to our success with the collaborative model. And I think, both sides of the house, if you will, within the investment team, front office and investment services, the deal makers and the deal doers, or what, that's probably a bad term, but whatever term you might use, are important to consider. Because when I step back and think about it, I think a core reason why we're considering this is because of the way in which the fund is evolving, and the kind of staff that we need and want to attract and retain is evolving because of the collaborative model. And I think it's important to remember that when we're considering eligibility. So that's just some of my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higa. Controller Yi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A similar question, although this is more relating to the delineation between investment staff and executive staff. And didn't know if you had maybe a little bit more color or background around the practice of the depth of the executive staff that are eligible for LTIP outside of the CEO.
Perfect. So definitely when we look at the prevalence in the marketplace, CFOs, COOs, those type of roles, the more senior roles tend to be probably more prevalent. There's still a mixed practice, but they tend to participate a little bit more. I would say when you get into general counsel, system actuary type of roles, those roles tend to be, mixed. There's still some prevalence, but probably a little bit less than a CFO or a COO type role. So I'll delineate a little bit there as well. And it really then comes down to, the makeup of different funds and the different executive roles that they might have in addition to that. But I would say roles like CFO, COO, CEO tend to be probably the most prevalent executive roles outside of CIO that tend to participate in these types of plans. And the other ones are probably a little bit less prevalent, but still show some eligibility within funds. So hopefully that answers your question, but happy to clarify if you need any more.
No, I appreciate that. I guess, and I like this whole notion that, we are thinking about kind of the one team concept in terms of what's critical for the success of the collaborative model. But I guess in terms of, how LTIP generally has been, discussed, it's always been based on kind of investment performance and returns. And so it's kind of like, how far do you kind of reach out in the organization, and will vary, I'm sure, from fund to fund, depending on just the structure, but just wanted to kind of get a sense of that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Controller Yi. Ms. Erdin?
Thank you. I have one question as we think about broader. One is, will the metrics definitely be the same as they would be for the investment team? Or do you see cases where the metrics for the broader organization have other components to it that reflect the broader roles? And just to kind of help think about, in general, I'm very in favor of aligning the one team with our objectives, with our compensation. I also recognize the forward-looking aspect of it, the tremendous performance that we've shown and what it really takes to do that, and that these are skilled positions. But then as we think about, so how broad is the one team? Do we bind it simply by thinking about the investment results, or do we potentially broaden those factors? And what have you seen other places?
Great question, Ms. Rodon. I will say that, typically those sort of individual metrics and considerations tend to be more focused on those annual incentive plans. And obviously, like the CalSTRS board sort of delineates and has a higher weighting on investment performance for investment staff and less weighting on investment for the management staff. That is typically where these things are often delineated. Typically, long-term incentive plans are focused on the same metric for everyone that participates in the plan. That doesn't mean we couldn't be unique and create a plan that would do that. But in terms of aligning with market practice, the typical long-term incentive plan in the marketplace looks at longer-term investment results. And so typically anyone participating would participate with that same goal of driving investment results. In CalSTRS case, potentially will be including cost savings as well under the collaborative model, but it has everyone working together on those common team or total fund objectives. That would be most common in the marketplace for sure.
Thank you. May I ask one separate question as well?
Of course.
Great. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. That's very helpful. And then as we look at our peer group, if you could just remind me or remind us whether we've differentiated within that those that really are executing the collaborative model. Since we really are leaders with this, you pointed out those that do it, but it's a small universe doing it in the public fund world. So is that the order that we're looking at, or does it also include the other large plans that may not be doing what we're doing at this time?
So I can speak at a higher level and say that you have, I think, been focusing on more leading funds. That's why you've included some of the leading Canadian funds. You've included some of the largest US pension funds, most of which I think are dabbling in the collaborative model. I know as part of setting the peer group, part of the statistics that are looked at is the percentage of assets that are internally managed within the peer group. And I know that percentage is quite high. We're talking, I think, on median a 50% plus, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. And so I think you are measuring within that, peer group universe against, funds that are maybe not all of them are at the same level of internal management that you are, but a lot of them are, moving in that direction, have made large strides. If we think of, groups like Wisconsin, Oregon doing some interesting things, CalPERS, of course, bringing more in-house, and there's a variety of other examples as well within the peer group. But yes, I think you have tried within that peer group as best as possible to be comparing to the leading edge of funds in both the US and considering Canada as well.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, may I ask one final one that spurred that, or should we move on and come back?
Please do. The purpose of this is for us to provide our thinking on eligibility. So please do, Jennifer.
Great, thank you. And this is my sense, so I really look to the experts to tell us, is that comp plans have a forward-looking element to them. And so my sense is that the trends have been, but let me turn it around as a question. Do you see trends among those that you see as our peer group and keeping us in the range that we might consider as to how likely the universe is going to have this on kind of a forward-looking basis, or have the potential for it as we think about the competition for talent and wanting to reward talent for excellent performance and aligned with our objectives.
I'll comment on the compensation piece, and then potentially Stephen or Alan can speak about the investment strategy piece of it. But Essentially what we're seeing is definitely more and more funds, especially in the US, at least starting to look at the idea of LTIP. Obviously, CalPERS has already adopted it. You at CalSTRS are currently deliberating on it. We've seen other organizations tying in, 3 and 5 year performance into their incentive program. So looking at that longer term performance. And I think this is something that as organizations, and I can speak even to the Canadian funds that we've worked with and are currently working with, as they are looking to bring more investing in-house, they are increasingly having conversations around, putting in long-term incentive plans so that they can ensure that they are able to attract and retain the type of talent they want in this consideration. If you were, passively managed, continued to be sort of outsourced, I think we would be having a totally different conversation, may not even be talking about an LTIP. But I think given the direction you're going, we are seeing a lot of organizations that are, having the conversations around how do we best attract and retain the talent that we want to execute on, things like the collaborative model and bringing those costs down by bringing, private equity and, some of those more non-liquid asset classes more internally and having them more internally managed. But I'll speak to Stephen and Alan, who can maybe talk about investment strategy trends more than I can.
I don't think we need to go further into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The response on that. I think was that enough, Ms. Erden?
That was exactly what I was asking. No, trends from a compensation standpoint, recognizing what our strategy is. So thank you. Thank you very much. Very helpful.
So we have 2 other board members that want to speak to this issue. Certainly, if you have thoughts or questions about eligibility after the meeting, and some of us will, reach out to Peter directly. So keeping the time in mind and that this is simply informational at this point, we're not taking action. Let's be mindful of the time. But I want to get to Ms. Yamamoto, and then Ms. Miller, you'll finish out this portion of it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of my questions are just really comments. Just for the record, I am the All for One team. And then also I wanted to ask about the investment performance. So this may be a premature question, but when the percentage of the LTIP or the incentive that is provided to the staffs, does that depend on each asset class's targets, or is it just a total percentage of the performance itself? And then also, when that incentive is awarded, because we are a state agency, are we, I know that it's not part of the salary, but it's kind of like a DBS kind of a thing for teachers, then it's not, is that considered part of their retirement salary? So are we restricted because we are a state agency or not? So just some things that I've been thinking about and wondering about, but maybe it is a premature question for today's information.
I'll defer to the chair. I can answer that question, but if we want to keep it on just eligibility, I can.
No, please do, Mr. Landers, as concisely as you can. Thank you.
Perfect. So the idea would be currently, and again, we haven't approved anything and we'll be bringing this back for a future discussion. The idea is to have more of an absolute rate of return that must be hit over the 5 years. So it would be a percentage for the total fund. So it wouldn't be about necessarily beating benchmark, but beating an absolute return. And okay. I'll give you my thinking on the pension thing, but Ms. Norcia might be able to confirm. But my understanding is similar to the annual incentive. Any long-term incentive would not be pension eligible, similar to the annual incentive. So it's not meant to add on to their pension obligation that would be owed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Landers. The screen is kind of being a little acting up. Ms. Miller.
Ms. Yamamoto, were you done?
Yeah.
I thought, oh, I thought I
I'm
saw you.
sorry, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have three really brief sort of points for future consideration, Mr. Chair. One, on this one team approach, I never want to lose sight that we're also part of a state team. So we talk about CalSTRS as though it's not kind of all together. I do think it's really important to consider these positions at other state departments. It's where I continue to think, Mr. Landers, we could just use a little bit more forward-looking information in terms of what the state looks like writ large. And so I think we both want to be separate and together with the state, and that comes with benefits and disadvantages. And I do think that's a level of analysis we haven't done. And that's why the allowances in statute are stronger for the investment team. And I think the work and the data the investment team has put together in terms of retention and attrition, I think is important that we do enterprise wide, because CalSTRS, at 5% attrition is better than almost any other state department. So I'd like to just be mindful of those data points, because I do think we continue not to look at those. And obviously when we don't meet the 7%, or when there is a budget surplus, just being part of the greater state conversation, I think is always an important one. And so I'd like to be mindful of that too. I think the points that Mr. Ailman was making about pre and post PEPRA, and this speaks to Ms. Yamamoto's concerns about how the pension funds are limited at a fairly high amount as to what is PERS eligible, and then obviously feeds into retirement, as we all know, long term. But I think that's a really interesting point, that when we look at a comp plan as forward looking, what the benefits are and are not for certain folks, I think is always an important piece. And that's another data point I'd like in terms of our analysis. And then the third point in terms of analysis, I think we're clear kind of on the metrics and the measures that we'd use for our investment team. I would agree with Ms. Higa in terms of what the investment team is and is not. But if in fact we're looking at one team, it would make sense to me that then the metrics are, whether it's something like the pension solutions plan or other parts of the enterprise that actually have to be well functioning in order for the reason we're doing the collaborative model to work. So I don't know that then if we're making this an enterprise wide project, that we shouldn't have metrics that apply to different parts of the enterprise and make everyone work together on more than just the investment. So that's sort of the third piece I'd like to look at in terms of the metrics, because I think we're taking a sliver of CalSTRS and then applying it system-wide versus looking at the whole system and applying it to the LTIP. So those, and Mr. Landers and Mr. Chair, happy to work on these as we go forward. But those are the three pieces of information I continue to think are lacking, and appreciate that we're a leader in this in terms of the nationwide pension funds. Would like just a little bit more detail around that. Who are the leaders? What do they look like? And then we'll continue to work with Makita on kind of what the metrics are, how to measure them, and then with Mr. Landers on what other metrics we can use. So all forward looking, because I know we're running short on time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller, and concur with all of your concerns and questions raised. I appreciate everyone's thoughts and some direction, one team approach versus a narrower approach. Again, this was just a preliminary conversation to give Peter and the folks at his group some of our thinking on the topic of eligibility. The third aspect of this conversation this afternoon will be with Steve McCourt and Alan Emkin from Makita. Just as from a time perspective, I'm looking at we'll probably go, not with this item, hopefully we'll get through this sooner, but we'll take a break at about 3 o'clock, no matter where we are in the agenda. We'll break for 30 minutes. We'll take a 30-minute break from 3 to 3:30, which means we'll have been meeting for 2 straight hours. So from 3 to 3:30, and then hopefully we'll come back and have about an hour left from 3:30 to 4:30 and be done by 4:30 this afternoon. Just gives you some thinking on how I like the agenda to flow. Stephen and Alan?
Great. Thank you, Chair Keeley. And we'll be fairly brief. We only have one slide in the presentation just relating to our role in all of this, which is to help CalSTRS think through the appropriate way to measure the cost savings from the collaborative model. The current timeline is that our intention is to present our recommendation to the board in November. So this is just to update on the early work that we've done in this. Our current thinking is that in measuring the cost savings from the collaborative model, the most important thing to recognize is that the definition of what is collaborative and what is not collaborative is a slippery thing. It's hard to decide which specific investment is collaborative and which is not. They all fall on some sort of spectrum. So instead of debating the merits of individual transactions and investments that CalSTRS makes, we thought a better approach was to take the broadest measure of cost savings that are generated by the CalSTRS investment staff through a wide variety of activities that could be considered collaborative. These would be co-investing, separate account investments and joint ventures in the private market investment areas. It could be internally managing global equity, fixed income, and currency strategies, or negotiating CalSTRS-wide fee rebates based on utilizing strategies across multiple asset classes. Anyone could debate whether any one of these is collaborative or not, but certainly in the whole, they represent the full amount of cost savings that accrues to CalSTRS as a consequence of staff engaging in the investment world in a way that in some way disintermediates the asset management industry from the full assortment of fees that most normal investors have to pay. Once we have that full calculation of the savings, the holistic savings from the investment program, the next step is to set benchmarks or thresholds on how much that saving should increase in each and every year. And so what I want to highlight is there's a lot that staff has done historically to create significant amount of savings within the investment program vis-a-vis other models they could use to invest your capital. But what's important, we think, in terms of the collaborative model and the elevation of that model in the future is making sure that the amount of fee savings that's being generated increases each and every year. So the pace of that increased savings of asset management fees, we think is a good metric to use to determine the effectiveness with which the collaborative model is being executed, which is why you're focusing on this. So we'll have much more in November on the specific modeling and calculation of these fee savings. But for now, we just wanted to address the general framework and thought process, and happy to answer any questions or take any feedback that any board members might have.
Thanks, Mr. McCourt. Concise, very clear, straightforward, and helpful from my perspective. And a sneak preview as to what they'll be bringing to us in November. Any questions or thoughts for Ms. Erden?
Thank you. And this is terrific. The one thing, and it's the obvious thing as you go through it, is just thinking through the intended and unintended impacts that we might have in terms of how we decide to measure this, and seeing that, that the kind of devil in the detail of the metric is fully aligned with what we're seeking to do, so that staff is indifferent in terms of what the right investments are for the long run for CalSTRS, while still able to earn incentive LTIP if that's indeed approved. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to more details on this in November. Thanks very much, Mr. McCourt and Ms. Damkin. Good afternoon. Take care. Next item on the agenda is item 9. And this is the first peek of the 2022-2023 operating budget. And we have Ms. Underwood with us, our Chief Financial Officer. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you, Chair Keeley and members of the board. Again, I'm Julie Underwood, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm presenting the operating budget concepts for fiscal year 22-23. So first, I wanted to begin with a reminder of what's occurred over the previous two budget cycles. So at the beginning of the pandemic, the state requested that we reduce spending. So we voluntarily withdrew our board-approved 2021 budget change proposal, which included 27 positions and $4.8 million to fund the JLL property management contract increase for our existing headquarters and increases for technology expenditures. And as a result, we had to reassess our priorities and workload. Then for the next budget cycle for 21-22, the state's directives to mitigate costs continued. So we just focused on adding resources to support the collaborative model to manage more assets internally, which is a cost reduction initiative. In addition, pursuant to the state's directives to obtain operational efficiencies, our operating budget was permanently reduced by $2.4 million, which again required us to reassess our priorities and workload. Now for this upcoming budget cycle for 22-23, the state has requested that we continue with the same budget resiliency that helped the state through the pandemic and that we focus on maintaining our current service levels for existing services only. So this will be the third budget cycle that we've been asked to limit our budgetary requests. So we continue evaluating our long-term operational resource needs and our strategic objectives across the organization. And so our request is limited to resources and funding for concepts and contracts that have previously been reviewed with and approved by the board for existing operational needs. So that gets us to our proposed 22-23 operating budget. So if you could please turn to item 9, page 9. Now, this shows a summary of the concepts and other budgetary changes that reflect a net estimated increase to the operating budget in the amount of $49.8 million. Now that's comprised of $24.9 million to fund the most recent JLL contract amendment that was approved by the board back in January of this year for property management services for the CalSTRS headquarters, and it includes the expansion once it's completed. Now, I should mention $13.5 million of that amount is for one-time costs for capital and third-party tenant improvements and decommissioning infrastructure on future tenant floors once the expansion is completed and we can begin leasing out the floors in our existing headquarters. Then we're also asking for $5.8 million for technology capabilities. Now, IT costs continue to increase for ongoing platforms and tools, including software renewals and teleworking solutions. Now, increasing IT costs were previously discussed with the board back in November 2019 as part of that withdrawn BCP, and these costs continue to rise. And we want to ensure that we keep our software updated and we protect against security risks to ensure our quality of services to our stakeholders. And I should mention that this increase is not related to any large-scale enterprise-wide IT projects, including the pension solution project. This is just for ongoing IT needs. Then we're also asking for $1.7 million, and that is for 10 out of those 27 positions that the board had originally approved through the 2021 withdrawn BCP. Now, we evaluated our needs based on the state's current directive and determined that 10 positions across 6 business areas are critical to maintain ongoing information security and operational support activities. Now, detail for each position is provided in Appendix 1. And again, these are the same positions discussed with the board when they were originally approved back in November 2019. Now, the remaining budget increase of $17.4 million is primarily associated with non-discretionary expenditures, and that's for wage escalation, pro rata assessment increases for central administrative services paid to the state, and includes the year 2 expenditures for the multi-year internal investment management plan that the board approved back in November 2020 to support the collaborative model. So those are the main concepts that we plan to incorporate into the final budget that will be presented to you in November. Now, there are also a few items that we're still monitoring that we may or may not need to include, and that is for the pension solution and the headquarters expansion projects. As you know, the delays in those projects, they may require additional funding. And as soon as that's determined, we will evaluate and provide updates to you. Now, we also received a state budget letter providing guidance on reclassifying certain blanket positions, and we're currently evaluating that guidance as well. So today we are requesting your input and can answer any questions you may have on these concepts prior to us finalizing our estimates for the upcoming November item. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Underwood. Any questions or feedback on the first discussion on the budget? Ms. Miller.
Just briefly on the headquarters expansion, Mr. Chair. Obviously, this is a big concern. It's a big risk. I don't know if we're going to talk about that during the CEO report, but just in terms of how and when we find out about the budget overruns that Ms. Underwood was just talking about, I just want to make sure we're sort of aligned on that. It's going to be very significant. If in fact there are overruns, maybe there won't be.
It is part of the CEO report that Lisa's going to be presenting.
Yes, I'll be speaking to that in the CEO report, Gail.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? And I know, Ms. Underwood, you're available to receive any questions or comments that board members have between now and November. And individuals, please reach out to Julie if you have any specific questions that come to mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is our risk oversight. And Ms. Underwood, would you like to introduce your staff?
Yes, thank you. Again, Julie Underwood, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here with Phil Burkholder. He's our Enterprise Risk Manager, and Phil will be presenting the semi-annual Enterprise Risk Management Report as of June 30, 2021. First, I just wanted to quickly call out 2 program accomplishments for this period. We completed our annual risk and internal controls awareness staff training with 100% compliance. And then the enterprise risk management and enterprise strategy management teams have partnered to enhance risk considerations as part of the strategic planning process. And their support's critical as we develop the next strategic plan. So I thank them for their efforts on that. So with that, I will turn it over to Phil to present the highlights of the report. Phil.
Thank you, Julie. Good afternoon. As Julie said, my name is Phil Burkholder. I'm your ERM Program Manager. This report contains a narrative that describes and summarizes the 2 attachments. Attachment 1 is a heat map, which is a high-level depiction of CalSTRS' current inherent and residual enterprise risk landscape. Attachment 2 is a risk score report, which is a more detailed view of the inherent and residual risk scores for each of the risk categories and their associated sub-risks. This afternoon, I'd like to focus our discussion on the heat map and specifically on the risk categories that changed over this reporting period. As a reminder, the heat map shows 2 risk ratings for each category: an inherent score, or the risk without the benefit of mitigation, and the residual score, which is the risk that is left after our mitigation. Overall, there were 4 higher rated risk categories and 3 risk categories that shifted over this reporting period. The risk categories where the ratings didn't change have been reviewed by staff who determined a rating change was not required. Additional details for all of these risk categories are included in the narrative of this board item. Looking at the heat map, which is attachment 1 that appears right after page 9 of item 10, the first risk category I'd like to focus on is risk category 2, pension funding actuarial. Overall, the inherent risk score for this category increased by 3 points from 19 to 22, and the residual score increased 6 points from 14 to 20. The increases reflect changes in the economic and investment environments, partially due to the pandemic. These changes also reflect the increased likelihood that the inflation assumption will be out of line with the long-term assumptions within the next 6 to 8 months. As discussed on page 4 of this item, inflation is a key component of 2 other key economic assumptions: expected payroll growth and the assumed rate of return. Actuarial staff will continue to watch these assumptions closely as part of their ongoing review of the funding plan, and will next report on this trend in November as part of the review of the CalSTRS funding levels and a risk report. Moving to our right to risk category 6. The inherent risk score for pension reform shifted down 6 points to reflect a reduction in reduction in risk now that the current challenges to California rule have been addressed by the court's decision in the Alameda County case. Staff have elected to temporarily retire this risk category from the board reporting due to a low risk scores and the favorable pension reform environment. This category will not be included in future board reporting, and the subsequent risk categories will be renumbered accordingly. However, staff will continue to closely monitor other court cases for potential impact to vested pension rights, which may signal a change to risk environment, and we will notify the board if that occurs. Continuing to our right to risk category 10, transformational change, there is a 2-point shiftward in inherent risk and a 3-point shift upward for residual risk. These shifts reflect the challenges you just heard about in the pension solution update provided in item 7 of today's meeting. As the pension solution project is a key mitigation to risk category 4, pension administration, staff considered a rating change for that risk category also, but felt any changes would not be needed until after the project schedule has been finalized. The risk scores for this category, as well as risk category 4, will be reconsidered once the pension solution project has its new schedule. So I'd like to move back to operational risk category number 8. This is our single largest risk category in terms of the number of sub-risks, and while it's rated in the low risk level and didn't have an overall rating shift, it is right on the verge of the medium risk level and includes risks related to business continuity, collaborative model, and the headquarters expansion project. Also, we added 2 new sub-risks and we removed another. So specifically here, the sub-risk we had addressing the pandemic-related operational concerns has been removed due to the organizational effectiveness of mitigating the risks around this area. A new sub-risk was added to address the risks associated with the transition to the blended working model, which includes changes to how we communicate, collaborate, and operate as an organization, and the potential impacts to the CalSTRS culture. We also added a new sub-risk to address the effects, both internally and externally, of transitioning to a new CEO. In addition, staff continue to monitor risks specific to the COVID-19 pandemic, including but not limited to the future state and vision of CalSTRS blended work environment, ensuring a safe and healthy workplace, exploring new technology platforms and its solutions to improve business productivity and member service and support delivery, and fostering excellent communication and high level of employee engagement. Overall, staff continue to monitor organizational progress on strategic plan initiatives, any budget constraints, and the overall effect of events on the strategic goals. While the risk environment overall continues to be dynamic, we are confident that the enterprise level risks continue to be adequately managed and mitigated. And with that, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. I don't see any hands. I want to thank you for the report, the color schemes that you use, the ratings that are done. It is really a terrific report, the way it's written in terms of laying out the risks and how the staff is managing and mitigating those risks that you want to bring to our attention and raise to our level of awareness. It's really well done. And I enjoyed the preparation time that I had with you in terms of walking through it together. So thanks very much for a good report in terms of its content and why the items are important to us in terms of overseeing enterprise risk issues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have the next item is the legislation item. It's a very brief item. Ms. Martinez-Wade is with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Joycelyn Martinez-Wade, Director of Governmental Relations. So for the update, I want to start out by letting you know the legislature is in the midst of the last 2 weeks of session, which will end September 10th. So it's quite busy across the river, if you will. Some of the bills in the legislative matrix that's a part of your board materials have continued to make progress, but today I'm going to focus on 2 of our sponsored bills and give you a brief update on both. So for SB 634, our annual housekeeping bill, it's before the governor and awaiting his action. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens with that bill, with its straightforward changes for our system to make sure we can continue administering it effectively. And then for AB 539, which is our investment procurement bill, and we've been having conversations regarding questions that have been raised by some different departments in the administration. And so we're continuing with those. And we understand the difficulty in moving forward when a bill is in this situation. So we're awaiting word from the author's office on exactly what will happen with the bill, but I will keep you updated as this session comes to a close. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, the materials. No hands, no questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We've been in front of our computers for almost 2 hours. So we're going to take a break for 30 minutes and we'll be back in 30 minutes. We're about 5 minutes really off of the time. So we made up quite a bit of time in the last couple of items. So we'll take a 30-minute break. We'll see everyone back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're back in session. We'll continue with our agenda this afternoon. And our first item back in session is our annual fiduciary training. We have an appropriate time allotment. And do I see our general counsel here? Is Mr. Bartow here? If not, I'll just turn it over to our guest, Mr. Berman. Mr. Bartow, good afternoon. Do you want to introduce our guests?
Yeah, day late and a dollar short. Sorry about that, Harry.
We'll still take it.
Just in time, though, to introduce two exceptional lawyers who serve as your fiduciary counsel. If you remember last year, Mr. Bierman and Ms. Dugan did your presentation, and we're missing the third part of the trio. Jay Chowdhury is also one of your fiduciary counsel, and unfortunately today Suzanne couldn't join us. So Luke and Jay will ably take the helm. Luke Bierman was, when I met him, he was the general counsel for the New York Common Fund. And Jay was the general counsel for the state treasurer in North Carolina. I met them both in the White House, actually, where I first met them. And my most memorable, actually, the most memorable part of that trip was Jay almost ran down Leon Panetta as he was running to the Situation Room. So it was a fun afternoon. Neither one of them serve in that capacity. They really have not really done much with themselves since. Jay has been elected to the North Carolina Senate, where he serves as the minority whip. And Luke is the dean of Elon University School of Law. I think he's on a sabbatical now, but so they have quite a bit of background in advising pension funds from the inside and from the outside. And I think we're extremely lucky to have them here today to lead us on the journey to the ins and outs of fiduciary counsel and fiduciary law. And I think they even have a picture between two rocks. If I remember, that's their sort of trademark pictures. So I'll leave it to you two. If you have anything else that you need me to assist with, I'd be happy to.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Brian, for that very nice introduction. Suzanne sends her regrets that she's not able to be with us due to some personal issues that she has to deal with. But hopefully, Jay and I are able to provide the kind of training that you're used to from us and deserve and is warranted. So thank you very much. We do have a slide deck, which I guess it looks like it's now up. And you can advance that slide. I think what Brian didn't tell you was the role of the Secret Service that they played while we were dealing with Mr. Panetta and other things. Maybe Brian can tell you that story some other time. In any event, let's get to our training today. We know that we're sort of at the end of the agenda and between you and adjournment and a couple other things. So we'll get right to it. We do start with this slide, and we know, and from our experiences and our interactions with you all and the work that you do as trustees, you have a hard job, kind of like that sheep between a rock and a hard place. There's a lot of folks who exert some influence and pressure. There's a lot of responsibility. This job has not gotten easier over the last few years. And you all deserve a lot of credit for doing it. But you're kind of like that sheep, really in a tough spot and trying to navigate a way through, because a lot of those issues that you have to deal with could go in a lot of different directions. And your role as fiduciaries, as trustees, is really to navigate your way through those rocks and hard places. Now, we know that sheep made it through and navigated through that difficult point, because if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there's not a sheep on there, but a person that happens to be my son-in-law, which may say something about my daughter's judgment. But we know that he navigated off of there, the sheep navigated off of there, and you all are able to navigate as you exercise your fiduciary responsibilities and really in very difficult and challenging times. But you're able to do it. because you stay true to the responsibilities and duties that you exercise, the obligation to the fund, and most importantly, to the teachers and the retired teachers. So if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to define in a very high level the responsibility that you all have, the fiduciary standard that you have to adhere to as you do the work. You've mentioned today, as Jay and I have listened to your conversation and your meeting, you very high functioning board, very aware board, very engaged board, very involved board. Those are the kinds of things that we like to see when we do these exercises and we talk to trustees. And and you actually have expressed today, you understand that the fiduciary duty is the highest known to the law. It requires a pure heart and an empty head. Those are not enough. You have to actually go beyond fairness and honesty. You have to act to further the beneficiary's interest. And you know that sometimes you have to put your interests or the interests that you bring behind the interests of the trust of the beneficiaries of the fund, because that's not only the primary obligation, it is the exclusive obligation. And you're familiar with that, and we've heard that expressed today, and we've seen the deep questioning that you do, the preparation that you do. Those are all things that reflect the fiduciary duty. So again, we're very happy when we see those things as fiduciary lawyers, ethics lawyers. We like to see that. We thought we would start with an exercise and a hypothetical because this is a highly functioning, highly engaged, highly aware, highly mature board. So if we go to the next slide, we'll just I'm sorry, slide 11, right? This is a hypothetical that we've used before. We've not used it with you all, but it is a hypothetical that we use. And you can see in these facts, and I'll just give you the facts and you can take a look at this. You're a board member representing a labor union. Members are beneficiaries of the fund. As the members are facing reductions in hours or pay, maybe even furloughs, the union wants to provide benefits to its members. And again, this is a union that you would represent to help them through the pandemic or the other challenges that they have. And the suggestion is to you as the trustee to advance retirement benefits to members whose pay has been affected by the pandemic, has been reduced. And of course, now you have to figure out, how do I respond? I've been selected and I'm from this union, yet my loyalties go in a particular way as a fiduciary. Any suggestions? And I'm not sure I can see the hand raising, or so Mr. Chair, if you wanted to call on folks, if you see a hand up, or whether that hand is the electronic one, or just some the members just want to weigh in here. You all are not a bashful group.
Sure.
Can help if as well.
Yeah, make it a group effort.
Absolutely.
You could always call on someone randomly too.
Oh, we like to do that. My students love it when I do that.
Mine too.
Any suggestions, ideas? How would you respond to the members as they suggest this idea to help their membership, and as you are exercising your duty at a board meeting?
Go ahead, Sharon, jump right in there.
I have no experience with this whatsoever.
We thought this might be a little familiar.
Well, and there's other colleagues on the board as well. I think we take our role pretty seriously in terms of what hat we're wearing when we're in these meetings. And so, I would speak to the president of the local and just defer to them to follow up with staff. So that's typically how I conduct myself, is connecting union leaders with staff members at CalSTRS to solve problems. But once the connection's made, I stay out of any more conversations, especially since I sit on the appeals committee. So
what implications are there as you think about your fiduciary duties? What implications are there? What goes through your head that motivates you to act that way?
I think it gets messy. I don't want there ever to be an implication that somehow, my kind of the duty of loyalty that somehow I'm still a loyal union member, but still on this board, my sole loyalty is to the, beneficiaries of the fund and to be a fiduciary. So I think just making sure lines are really clear and not gray or fuzzy. And not that I don't get asked at times, but I think I just try and make those boundaries really clear so that there's never any kind of implication that that I'm not acting at the best interest of all of the members of CalSTRS, not just my local or certain people. So I think keeping those roles really distinct is a really high priority for me on the board.
That idea of messiness is that's a technical fiduciary term. We don't like messy. We like clear lines. We like it to be clear. That in one way that we often present this as sort of the 2-hat rule, or really the 1-hat rule, is what people wear multiple hats as they come into these jobs and these responsibilities. But when sitting around the table or in the screen, whatever it is you happen to be sitting in at any particular time these days, but in exercising these duties, there really can't be any messiness. The responsibility is pretty clear, and the responsibility has to be to everyone, and to maximize the value of the fund, not at the expense of anyone, at the benefit of everyone. So we don't like messy. Messy raises a lot of concerns for us, and again, that one hat is a very important sort of icon or moniker of the responsibilities that you have. Jay, did you have anything to think about here?
No, I mean, Luke, I think we've lifted this idea of duty of loyalty and wearing one hat and the duty to the beneficiaries with Ms. Hendricks clearly identified. One question for you as we think about this hypothetical, and sometimes changing these facts makes us think about different applications of fiduciary standards. What if the benefits were paid out to all beneficiaries and not just ones limited to union members? How would that alter the analysis?
Does that change things if we're advancing retirement benefits to everybody as opposed to just the union that you might represent? Does that offer does that change how many hats? Are you wearing a hat and a half now? Or
well, I guess I also look at it in terms of function. To me, being on this board, our role is oversight and to have kind of oversee policies and kind of a big picture role. And to me, when you're talking about payouts to members, that seems like a fairly different function. So to me, I think, again, those lines seem pretty distinct to me, and I'm pretty comfortable kind of deferring to other people whose role it is to sort that out, and that's not my role as a fiduciary. So to me, it doesn't necessarily matter, who's receiving, whatever it is, that maybe it's a financial benefit or something like that. The audience doesn't necessarily matter. I think it's more an issue around function in my mind, but you can let me know if I'm thinking about that in the correct way.
No, I think that's right. And benefits, benefits are defined. That's sort of another technical term. And to change that may well alter the way in which you are required to exercise the responsibility in thinking about it. I've wondered, what about, if you're not advancing benefits, what about, or whether it's
before you do, Luke,
yes.
Let's pull Mr. Pursuant into this. I see that he raised his hand. So.
Oh, sorry, you bet.
Okay.
I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah, let's pull him in.
So Luke, let me just ask you, do you have any obligation to explain why you are not in the lane to do that? I mean, don't you have an obligation to say, as a fiduciary of this trust fund, my first and foremost obligation is to ensure that the beneficiaries of these pension funds receive their pensions in a timely and accurate way? I mean, rather than, I don't know whether I'm splitting hairs here, but it seems to me that this, at some point, the requester of something like this, the person who makes that request, should hear either through the general counsel or maybe even the trustee, him or herself, that that's an inappropriate request to make of a fiduciary.
One of the things that we do like to see, and again, I think this is something you all do quite well, but one of the things we do like to see is that transparency, lots of communication, clarity. So there's less confusion about, what responsibilities are, what benefits are. Those all do go to a variety of the duties of the board to make sure that members understand how, the function, what they're entitled to, how they're entitled to it, what the different roles are. And that kind of transparency, that kind of communication, that kind of common understanding among the board, and having the board operate as a single entity in that regard. Those are all aspects of the fiduciary duty and responsibility. Unfortunately, we don't always see boards work that way. And, you can look around the country, read some headlines and understand that those are significant problems to accomplishing that goal of maximizing the value of the fund and maximizing the benefits that are paid to the beneficiaries. Those are the kinds of situations where, the kind of work that Jay, Suzanne, or I do would be very different than this kind of a conversation, and the way in which we interact. So you're spot on in thinking about that the board has a responsibility, and to think about how to exercise it. I don't think there's just one way to exercise that responsibility. There's lots of ways in this day and age to communicate. There's lots of ways to be transparent. And California's a big state. There's people in lots of different places and lots of different ways to reach them. But I think your fundamental point is well taken.
Well, if I could make a suggestion, from my perspective, I think recognizing that Sharon is obviously be put in a hot, in a difficult position, that maybe the staff, when they have outreach, the administration of CalSTRS, when they have these outreach programs for to the membership, that they explain what the trustee is required to do, and so that there might be a way to stop this kind of request ever being made. I'm surprised it is made, to be perfectly honest, but I represent the general public. So, I'm going to be surprised by a lot of things in this area. But, the bottom line is that, to avoid having her be placed in that position, why don't we just have staff, in the outreach programs, explain that in the educational programs that we have, that trustees are, if they have a request with regard to, accessing or how pension funds are used, make it to the staff, so that she's not going to be put in that position.
Mr.
Talk to my lawyer, Brian. I said, talk to my lawyer.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out that you do, your board governance manual has a section on undue influence, where if a board member feels that they're being overly lobbied or someone's exercising undue influence, to report it to the general counsel. That's not quite the nuance you're talking about, Bill. No. I think it would be, when you reach that point, I think it would be pretty obvious to everyone. But right. I do think you make an excellent point about the necessity to communicate outwards what the fiduciary limitations are on board members. So I think that's a excellent suggestion. As a staff member, I think we've written that one down, and we'll talk about that for sure.
Great.
And your idea about being surprised about the way some of these issues come up or what those issues actually are, you don't need a very big imagination, but people have big imaginations about, requests and things that they think you all should be doing. So don't be too surprised by some of the suggestions that might come up. We've seen a lot of things that are interesting, and they come up in funny ways, and that sometimes aren't really all that funny. Why don't we go? I'm sorry, Sharon.
If you wouldn't mind, because I think what Bill raises is important, and I think it does depend on trustees having the willingness to kind of to say you need to speak to staff or kind of make that deference, I think, because I do think there's pressure if you're a political appointee or governor appointee or however you get to the board. I'm elected. There's sometimes, pressure to kind of overpromise and underdeliver. You kind of think we could do more or be able to help, or even out of the goodness of your heart, and the motivation might not be. So I think it just reinforces, I think, how important it is for us to really be clear about what our roles are as fiduciaries, and I literally have been trained over the years now, just, talk to our general counsel or speak to a staff person, not to, defer everything, but I think it just helps us to not, again, get in that messy situation that we don't want to be in, and have clear boundaries, which I think at the end of the day just helps us all do our role. The legislature has a really clear role on, funding, and everyone has a part to play in how we are able to provide benefits for our members. And so I just think we have to be clear on the different roles we each play, and just make sure I don't know if the right word is stay in your lane or stay in that role, or make sure those are clear lines of delineation. So.
Good to remember that messy is bad. That's something that we don't want to see. I think too, you might keep in mind that, sometimes, if you are in an engagement of some kind with someone over an issue that is, whether it's controversial or just new or different, remember that there are also confidential aspects to the work that you do. And, engaging in conversation, again, no intent here, but engaging in conversations can go lots of different ways. And, you might think about, making sure that, again, messy's not good. So to stay in that lane of what is, transparent, but also what is confidential, what has, is unique to the fund that you don't want to share. There are things like that in investment strategies, other kinds of approaches and things that you do. So, again, complex issues, rock in a hard place. That sheet, my son-in-law, you're trying to navigate difficult and sticky situations to get to a safe place that is consistent with those duties. And with that, why don't we turn back? I think it's slide 5 that we would look at now. And yep, that's the one, I think. Jay?
Yeah, thanks, Luke, and quick thanks to Chair and Mr. Bartow, and the discussion's been so excellent. I'm going to go through the few fundamental principles of fiduciary duty and standard, and the discussion really serves as a great foundation. I mean, one of the things I think, just to emphasize what Luke Bierman just talked about, in the fact of the fiduciary standards really being the highest known to law. I mean, I think one of the things that's important to point out is that while fiduciary duties oftentimes can be compared to corporate fiduciary duties, in fact, the legal standard for pension fund trustees is actually more strict than what you find with corporate fiduciaries. And that's because pension beneficiaries don't have the same rights as corporate shareholders to approve or influence your actions. So I think when we have this discussion, keep that very strict and high standard in mind as we go through just a quick review of the fiduciary principles. So the first principle here is really the exclusive benefit rule. This is a rule that's established under the Internal Revenue Code, the code that's set up by the Internal Revenue Service, that essentially says that no part of the corpus or principal or income may be used or diverted for purposes other than for the exclusive benefit of the employee or beneficiaries. I mean, we can really think of this as similar to what is the duty of loyalty. It's very similar to the example, hypothetical one, that Luke raised in the discussion that we had, especially with Ms. Hendricks and your response. And I think identifying kind of the two hats that one wears, but ultimately one hat that you have to wear, which is the duty that runs to the beneficiary and all CalSTRS beneficiaries, active and retired. The second duty is the duty of prudence. This is a standard that's imposed on fiduciaries to have an active duty to understand what's going on. Fiduciaries without a sufficient understanding of an area have also responsibility to hire people with background and experience to give them the appropriate advice. And you can't really rely solely on experts. It's incumbent upon you as fiduciaries to ask questions, consider different opinions, and then act prudently. And I think Luke and I were on the call from this afternoon, and there was a very active engagement in asking questions, because this applies not only to staff, but third-party contracts that you may have as well. So that's really the duty of prudence. And then we have the duty of loyalty. This really can be divided into 4 areas. One is really just avoiding conflicts and self-dealing. This issue becomes especially important for public officials that may be participating or making decisions, so that your official position is not seen as something that will benefit you personally or your immediate family. There's also the duty of impartiality that falls under this duty of loyalty, and that's really an obligation to identify and take reasonable steps and efforts to balance really the conflicting interests of different beneficiary groups. So, for example, you all have to balance your interests towards active employees versus retired employees. This is also a duty of impartiality, is also seen as a way of balancing the interests of younger versus older participants as well in the pension fund. And then lastly, in this area is really the duty of confidentiality. And Luke just raised this in the example in hypothetical 1, in information that you may or may not share with a third-party organization. But obviously, as board members, y'all will receive information that's confidential, attorney-client confidential, privileged information, maybe confidential information about your members. But it's very important that you maintain the confidentiality of the information that you receive. And you will go into closed session, or your general counsel will inform you of when the duty of confidentiality will kick in. And then really the last
I'm sorry, Jay, let me just interject proprietary information as well, so business information, the competitive advantages that you have from your size, from your investment strategies, those sorts of things are, very important in terms of confidentiality and thinking about maintaining that, those advantages for the fund. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, that's right. And I think this often comes up with particular trade secrets that you may be privy to as well. So that's a good example. And then lastly, really, is the duty of care. And under that is really the duty to diversify the investments. I mean, this is obviously stating the obvious, but you want to make sure that you have diversified your assets and that you're not relying on a set percentage of a certain asset that may make up a large part of your asset allocation. We also have the duty of delegation, of delegating authority to staff, but also to third party. And if you do so, and again, if that delegation is made, it's incumbent to have a robust process for the selection of that individual or contract, to make sure that you are providing instruction to that delegate, the authority that's been delegated, and that you also have a monitoring and oversight and evaluation of whoever you are delegating that authority to. So it's important to build trust with staff or that third party, but it's also important to obtain independent information to verify whether in fact the staff and the third party reports that are presented to you are reliable. And again, I thought we had an excellent example of that in today's the board meeting. And then lastly, really is the duty to follow the plan documents. And this is particularly important because obviously there are a lot of governing documents that govern pension funds, and making sure that there's an adherence to those plan documents is important. I mean, we have seen case law in instances where participants may allege a breach of fiduciary duty because they may involve excessive fees that one finds, or there's been a failure to properly investigate investment options. And so making sure that you establish a detailed decision-making process that reflects the way that decisions are made from an investment perspective, I think is very important. And one of the examples that comes to mind, Luke, based on our experience at our respective pension funds, was this idea of doing a review and looking at the governance document and making sure that the decision making that was made for each investment tracked the governing document to make sure that there was an adherence, and ultimately really reflects this notion of both duty of care and I think duty of prudence that allows trustee members, I think, to have comfort and knowing that the pension fund is adhering to these high standards of fiduciary principles.
And if you go ahead 2 slides, if that's okay, that,
Yeah, that's fine.
The application, as Jay has indicated, comporting the conduct with the plan documents, but it is really about the process, and it doesn't outcome performance, while important and things that we want to look at. It's really about the process, making sure that the process comports, that it is of high level, that you are engaged and informed, the kind of things that we heard today with regard to questions and knowledge of the materials that you're looking at. And on the next slide, the corollary of process is, of course, documenting. And it makes our fiduciary hearts ring true when we hear people say, like, make sure the record reflects when you're asking questions or getting information, so that you are sure that there are some and that you are following and demonstrating that you are following those activities.
If I can add just one other comment to these 2 slides, especially on the issue of process, I think if we just go back to the previous slide, I think one of the important examples, I think, is processes. If you have a sloppy process, but you, for example, have an outstanding investment, an investment that beats the benchmark, that's not a defense to a duty of prudence, because it is really about the conduct and not the outcome. And that's why process is incredibly important. And really, as an extension to this duty of prudence, there is also the duty to monitor and take corrective actions when appropriate. And we've seen, again, Supreme Court law that has pointed out that if there is a failure to monitor investments or the failure to remove an investment that may be imprudent, I mean, there is a fiduciary duty that flows to the board to make sure that you adhere to that as well.
And why don't you go ahead 2 slides? And of course, the application of fiduciary principles applies not just to, sort of the thing everybody gets all excited about, or the investments, because that's so important, but really governance, administration, benefits, expenses, the budget, administration of the plan, the selection of consultants and others who help you do the work, and maintaining control and oversight of that work. And it really extends beyond to these non-investment related activities. And if you don't do these things, and if you go to the next slide, of course, there is always, some risk associated with breaching that fiduciary duty and not following it. Again, you can read headlines, you can see litigation, the concerns about, of course, the exclusive benefit rule. If you break that and the IRS gets involved with regard to the qualification, that's a very serious issue. And what we try to avoid: headline, reputation risk, and of course, there's liability risk for members who act in particular ways outside of the fiduciary responsibility. And why don't we go to the next slide? And the next one, sorry. And we thought we could have yet another hypothetical situation that Jay will walk us through.
Right. And I think, as mentioned, I can't see the board members, so I'll rely on the chair or whoever raises their hand to help through the discussion of the hypothetical. But in this instance, you have a board member whose principal represents a geographic district in your city. That principal is seeking help for small businesses in the district to stay in operation during the pandemic. The idea would be for the pension fund to offer low interest, below market rate loans to small businesses in the district. How do you respond? So I'd be interested in hearing from the board about your response, or even some of the questions that you feel like you should ask in order to obtain additional information and kind of exercise your duty of prudence responsibility, or even your duty of loyalty responsibility too. I think those are 2 big duties that arise in this hypothetical. I'm probably giving away part of the answer now. Any thoughts or questions about this hypothetical?
What if you changed it to the government wanting the pension fund to invest in a particular area, let's say a state or a local government?
Okay.
And I can,
What would that analysis be? In other words, you've seen this before. The legislature is considering a bill where they want pension fund to invest in a particular area, particular result. How should board members take a look at that? How should they analyze that?
So I think that's a great alteration to the fact pattern. And so what would the response be? I mean, I think one, again, going through the fiduciary analysis, who your fiduciary duty runs to beneficiaries. How do you respond to the idea that government should actually be influencing and telling a pension fund that they should now be in the business of offering below market rate loans? I mean, if there are no responses, Brian, I mean, I'm happy to share my opinion about this.
Let Gail take a shot at it, and then Jay certainly chime in. We've all been on camera all day, and the two of you are really bright, and so don't take our silence as we're not engaged. We're in listening mode. So let me turn it over to Gail, and then maybe Jay, you can tell us how you would act if you were in our role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Jay, you could go first. You have the right answer. I think it's right. I think that there's a lot of these types of issues that come before the legislature that around, whether or not the pension funds, I think sometimes it's just education of the legislature that they don't understand that this is in fact just the members' money and really does not belong to anyone else for any other purpose or any other policy objective. So I think some of it is really educating that legislator and making sure they understand the purpose that the board serves and that the fund serves, and that the duties you just talked about in terms of our obligation to serve the members first and foremost, I think is the absolute. I do think, though, it is always when these issues come up, I think it's a great opportunity to talk about the value of public pensions and of defined benefit plans and the incredible work our teachers do. And so I think I often think, obviously, the answer is no, but I think how we go about sort of explaining why the answer is no is always really important, and an opportunity to really talk about why we're also committed to what we do. I don't know, Jay, maybe you have something better than me there.
Before Jay jumps in, we have a couple of our colleagues. We have Bill, Pursuant, and then Controller Yee. Bill, and then Ben.
Well, I'll let Controller Yee go first, and because I'd like to change the hypothetical to a little nuance.
I thought that was my job.
Well, you work for us.
So my question is, I actually have a question, and that is, does this bump up against the whole issue of plenary authority with the legislature versus the pension fund?
So, Mr. Pursuant, did you want to go, or I could provide an initial comment because we have a question and we.
No, I don't want to go. I want to change the hypothetical in a moment.
Okay, so before we change the hypothetical, Luke, I'd be curious to your responsibility. I mean, I think there's a very strong argument to be made. I mean, and actually Gail made that argument that the fiduciary responsibility to fund flows to the beneficiaries. It's not something, I mean, it is something that would be shielded from what the General Assembly would want to direct the pension fund to do, because ultimately, I think the core of the issue of this example, for example, is the duty of loyalty that you all have to your beneficiaries. And clearly, I think when you do an assessment of the benefits and the risks of a proposal like this, if it's proposed by the legislature, I mean, one, that clearly doesn't flow to beneficiaries, and two, there's clear risks that are involved. Just as a background, which is a very interesting backstory. I mean, in Connecticut in the early 90s, they actually did use pension fund money. I mean, this is a very well-known case study where they used money to help finance and keep afloat the Colt Industries. This is Colt Industries that manufactured the AR-15 The fund put $25 million into coal industries. It was argued as a local economic development effort by the Connecticut Pension Fund. They had 47% of stake in that company. That company ultimately filed for bankruptcy. So, I mean, it's a good example of where, the pension fund had kind of strayed away from its beneficiaries, tried to engage in a function that really went outside of its fiduciary scope. But Luke, I don't know if you have other observations to add here.
No, I think you're, that's the right path, and the responsibility, and, coming from a state legislator, that, that's pretty good, a pretty good assessment. I don't think I too have a different hypothetical that I think is really interesting, but let's defer to Bill on this, on the hypothetical changing, the fact changing.
Well, I'm willing to bet my hypothetical is more apropos to this pension fund than maybe yours is. What if there is a law that says that you can't go to a certain state, and the pension fund has previously invested in that state significantly in assets that really do have to be, to manage those assets, you have to be on the ground at certain times. Is that law effectively prohibit you from exercising your fiduciary duty of directing your staff to go to those states despite the law that prohibits it?
Well, I think you always have to remember that there's constitutional requirements that are imposed on the fund as well, and we know that trumps any statutory action. So again, we're balancing those interests, but I think
we use the word supersede. We don't use the word, that other word. We use the word supersedes. Doesn't trump, supersedes.
Supersedes is a good word. It's less messy.
Yeah.
A question for you, Bill. Has staff delegated that responsibility to do the diligence in states where there may be a prohibition? And what is the oversight of staff for if it has been delegated?
Well, I think I would defer to staff here, and maybe Brian knows, because this is an issue that we confront, and so it's a real issue, and so I'd like to know what we do in that case, Brian.
So it has been, we do analyze each request. The prohibition is not just for state employees to travel, but to pay for travel. So it's not something you could necessarily delegate to a third party to do. There is a balancing that goes on a regular basis. It really is, the statute talks about exceptions for public welfare. And so in the public welfare includes the funding of the pension fund. So we have a lot of assets on the ground in some of these states that have to be overseen. They have to be, due diligence has to be done. And if there's losses on the investment, there's losses in the fund, and there's not, it affects the state, it affects the funding status. So those are the things that we have to balance. Those are the fiduciary responsibilities of staff to oversee the money that's been invested. So case by case analysis, we take a look at that, we balance those. We do, we consider the plenary authority, but we really believe that the statute has sufficient exceptions in there if they're appropriately analyzed. And there are specific assets that have to be overseen. We think that the law allows for that.
Well, I don't want to get into, I agree. I think that public welfare in this particular instance, just being, weighing as a court that would have to apply the law here. I don't know whether that law would supersede this fiduciary duty and the exercise of it, but I defer to counsel on that. It seems to me, I just
for your peace of mind, we have had input on this from prior fiduciary counsel to resolve this particular issue. So there's been a lot of analysis on that, thinking the same way along the lines that you're thinking, that there are some real balancing things here, and at some point it tips, and it supersedes the fiduciary responsibility supersedes the other considerations. But I do think that the statute allows for that. There are some specific exceptions.
That's why we love you, Brian.
One of the interesting situations that I recall when in Brian's role and being asked to assess this kind of a situation was when another pension fund came to a pension fund that was a client, and the pension fund number 2 came with a proposal with the analysis that said they could do something like this. We're going to do below market housing, or we're going to do below market rate because it will help the economy. We need workers to be able to afford to be there. We've done this analysis. It's not going to impact negatively the value of the fund. It's actually going to help the beneficiaries. And they came with an analysis. So, you're already armed with some information. And our approach was we needed to do our own analysis, which may run counter to your analysis. Again, funds are different. Funds have different strategies and different proprietary interests and different goals and different sizes. All of those things make a difference. And those are the kinds of factors that go into that process, document, focusing on that exclusive benefit rule. And again, on the one hand, you've got the constitutional authority that generates the fiduciary responsibility. You've also got the Internal Revenue Code, and I think we have a slide somewhere around number 6 with that exclusive benefit rule in the code. And that is, a powerful qualification. To lose that qualification, is unheard of. It's a very powerful and serious motivation to make sure that the interests that you're talking about here and whose interest is paramount. The Internal Revenue Code exclusive benefit direction is very powerful for that qualification. So another quiver in the arsenal of things that you must think about as you exercise your fiduciary responsibility. I think we're getting close, Mr. Chair, to the time that you had allotted to us. I think we may actually have overstayed our welcome, which we don't like to do. But we're happy to keep going if you'd like. But it's really,
I think you read it. I think you read it perfectly, Luke. Great timing. There's always comes a point where you have to make a decision to move forward. I think we've covered the agenda, your topic and the topic, our responsibility for our annual training quite well. I appreciate the preparation you did in advance with your team. Thanks for the exchange of ideas and thoughts today. Job well done. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Take care,
Good to see
gentlemen.
you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
We're getting close. So our final item here, that's not a final item on the agenda, but it's Cassandra, your Chief Executive Officer report.
Great, thank you. We're in the home stretch. So just a couple of items. I'm going to cover 2, and then I'm going to hand it over to Lisa to cover the last one. The first is I wanted to just recognize and acknowledge the appointment of Lisa Blatnick as our new Chief Operating Officer. So congratulations, Lisa. She's been with CalSTRS for a number of years and has been in a number of different roles. Just recently was her Chief Administrative Officer position. So she's been part of our executive staff for quite some time. We're really excited about her taking on this role, and we're readily focusing on filling in her position, and we'll round out the executive staff team shortly. So congratulations, Lisa. She's going to report on the HQ in just a minute. But the other thing that I wanted to report on was the status of our employer reporting to final benefit project, which is a project that we constructed in response to feedback that we had received from the board and stakeholders relative to a legislative proposal that we had brought to the board in December on the statute of limitations and the responsibility of overpayments that members may have been paid, and who would be responsible for the repayment of those, and the time frame in which we were going to be requiring for looking back for adjustments to a member's benefit. We received a lot of feedback from the stakeholders at that meeting, a lot of which were really focusing on our internal processes and the problems that they had realized or have been realizing when they're trying to report accurately into the system, and then how we make adjustments later on. I want to make sure that I level set the parameters of the population, because it is a very small population, but irrespective of the population, even though it's small, we want to minimize it to the greatest degree that we can. We don't want anybody to experience a hardship because of an inaccurate benefit calculation. So this past year, we've been working at all of the areas internally with the feedback that we had received from the stakeholders on ensuring that the employers know how to report accurately. They have the appropriate training, that our staff are providing the appropriate guidance, that we're providing the appropriate education material for reporting accurately, with the anticipation that we have accurate benefits input from the employers to the point where benefit is calculated at the end. And then if there is an adjustment, that population is very small. So we have done a lot of work internally on this, and a lot of it was focused on evaluating the population and how many members' accounts get adjusted at different incremental periods during their retirement. And it does level out and drop off significantly after a certain period of time. So we did a lot of data pools on that and the volumes and the costs associated with that. We've been working with the stakeholders. They had put together a set of beliefs that they wanted us to evaluate, and we needed to do some legal analysis on those beliefs, and we have provided them some input on a legal opinion that we had received relative to the forgiveness of member benefits as a result of overpayments. And so we provided that to them, and we're still working with them on constructing a proposal that we can move forward. At this time, we don't think that we'd be able to have anything that is ready for prime time in November, but we do want to continue to work with the stakeholders so that we can get a legislative proposal that is to the point that it's an achievable product when we bring it to the board next year. So with that, I'll pause and get some input from the board if you have questions on that.
Ms. Bradford.
So I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to all of the business areas and CalSTRS that have worked on this. I think it's become a much larger project than we had anticipated when we thought we could have something by November. I am hoping that we can continue working on this, but I think that it's always good when we have kind of goals and deadlines. So if my colleagues agree with me, I would hope that we would have staff continue to work on this and hopefully get some kind of legislation for the next legislative session.
Thanks, Denise, and thank you to you and Ms. Yamamoto for attending a lot of the meetings and being actively engaged on this issue directly with some of the stakeholders and our staff.
Thank you. And then the last thing that we wanted to report on was the status of the headquarters expansion project, and Lisa's going to go ahead and brief you on that.
Yeah, thanks, Cassandra, and thank you to Chair Keeley and the board. I'll start with the status of our final permit. A few days after our last board meeting, I actually received a communication from Chief Guarino. He's the chief of the Fire and Life Safety Division of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And as to my presentation that I had given to the board in July, and although we disagreed a bit on how we had gotten to this point, it was a very positive conversation, and he committed to ensuring resources on his end and a more open dialogue with our team and the Office of the State Fire Marshal moving forward. Cassandra and our construction team met with him and his team on July 14th to go over future schedule and expectations regarding the Phase 4 permit. We made an agreement at that time to section out the fire protection and fire alarm portions of the permit so that we didn't delay our construction efforts any further. And we received the critical path portion of our construction permit on July 30th, which was a huge win for the project. It was something that we had been waiting for, and it gave us the authority to move forward on our construction efforts. I want to say that we're also really confident those additional portions of the final permit will be delivered soon and within the critical time frame based on the positive feedback we've received from the plan checkers so far. We're really collaborating in a way where we've opened up communication. We're now talking with the fire marshal's office once or twice a week. We're talking through the changes that are being made to those final two portions of the permit. We're able to make the corrections on the fly and do a slip check process. A slip check process to where we don't have to wait for the entire plans to come back to us for us to make the corrections and then send those back for their review. So we're doing it on a more iterative basis, which I think has really been helpful. From a construction activity perspective, we have more than 150 crew members on site with lots of activity going on. The brow of the exterior of the building is being constructed that will support the exterior panels of the building. The block masonry walls in the parking garage are going in. Interior walls are being framed and materials are all being staged. And most exciting, the bridge connecting the two buildings will be put in place in the coming weeks. So you'll actually see how the campus will come together. As we've been reporting to you, the project completion has been delayed from July 6th to December 21st. And that delay will come with an increase in cost above and beyond the available contingency, due mostly to the fact that we'll need to keep our construction team on the project longer. And I can share that the team is committed to finding options to resequence certain activities, and will run crews 6 days a week to bring in the schedule where they can. I want to remind the board too that we have 21 weather days and 30 days slated for inspection, included in the revised completion date that we may or may not need, which can also bring in the cost. To Gail's comment in the budget portion of the meeting, we are expecting a time frame of January to bring the estimated cost overruns to the board. And the reason for this is there's a lot of different variables that we still have to consider. For instance, we've got 21 weather days. If we can button up the building between now and January, we'll know better whether those days will be able to be given back and pull back our schedule. In addition, although we don't see any future COVID costs, we never know what's on the horizon for that. And so we don't want to give up all of our contingency related to COVID because we just don't know what's going to happen between now and the completion of the project. And by January, we'll also have some inspections under our belt. So we'll know a little better as to how the fire marshal is proceeding. Even though they do plan checks, they could get on-site field inspection and see problems. And so we want to make sure that we get a couple of those under our belt to make sure that we're on a good trend with that. So that is our plan, is to come back to you, although I'll be back in November with a progress update, to come back to you in January to provide you a really detailed itemization of the cost increases, including the costs associated with COVID. And then at that time, we also want to provide you with options. So if we do have some scope that's not bought out and some things that we still have control over. So we want to bring you back ideas as to how we can scrub that budget and maybe make some decisions based on the decisions that we still have in our authority to make. So with that said, I'm open to any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Blatnick, and congratulations on your new role. Well
Thanks
deserved.
so much.
Well deserved. I don't see any questions, or not. Okay, we'll turn it back to Cassandra. Cassandra, anything else in your report that you want to?
I think Gail has a question.
Oh, I apologize. Yep, Ms. Phillip.
So, yay, Lisa, really excited. Congratulations.
Thanks, Gail.
So there are at least 8 meetings where Jack said it wouldn't be over budget or over time. So I actually think I'd love to see, with the chair's permission, a memo ahead of November. I really think this is important. This coupled with leasing rates with COVID, it's significant. It's significant for our members and it's significant for the fund. So I'll leave it at that for now. I do have one other question for the CEO's report when appropriate, Mr. Chair.
No, please do so now. Yeah.
I just, I'm hoping, and this could be for another meeting, I just am hoping that given, we have these big increases in retirements, we talk about it all the time. I do think that actually is correlated to the COVID pandemic, as you pointed out, Ms. Lichnock. What I would just love to, if it's possible to just track if those are continuing to go up, and I know that you do this with Mr. Lamoureux and and Mr. Reed and the actuarial team. I just want to make sure we have a really good sense of that as we sort of go through this year, seeing what happens with the pandemic, just to really get a better sense. That was a super helpful data point you included in there. And if we could just continue to understand the retirement trends, I would really appreciate that.
That's a great point, and I see our actuaries coming on, but I'm not going to allow you to speak right now. It's 4:15. It's point well taken. I think in November during your report, clearly that's an item we need to monitor, whether or not we're seeing a spike in retirements due. And I think anecdotally we know what the answer is, but we have to find out whether or not there's a material increase in retirements and what it might look like. So certainly bring that back to us, David, and your team and your actuary reports. Thanks for raising the issue, Ms. Miller. Ms. Higa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harry. I'll keep it brief. Just going back to the headquarters discussion. I don't know that this needs to be November or on the same time frame as the request from Gail. But yesterday when we heard from our real estate consultants, we also just talked about the change in the real estate market, just given the trends in the industry and what the impact is also on office space. At the appropriate time, I'd like to hear about how we see those trends affecting the plans that we had for the building in terms of leasing and timing of how it affects our staff, or how if or how it affects budget as well. Thank you.
Thanks for raising that, Joy, and let's put a little explanation point next to that item, that request. In fact, probably not within the CEO report, but perhaps a standalone item at the appropriate time on the appropriate agenda about all of the complexities around the campus expansion, the changing workforce, leasing, etc. Clearly a big issue that we all have to monitor. Thanks for raising it, Joy, and we'll make sure it's appropriately agendized and given you the right amount of time and focus. Anything else? Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Brings us to the consent items. There are two consent. There's item 13. Oh, pardon me. I believe we do have 3 members of the public that wanted to speak on item 13. So if staff could bring those members of the public in, and I'll turn it over to staff.
The first member of the public that would like to speak is Mary Kay. Mary Kay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, CalSTRS board members. My name is Mary Kay Scheid, and I am the Vice Chair of the Retirement Committee for the California Teachers Association and a classroom teacher with more than 20 years of service. We appreciate the update outlined in the CEO report and its reference to the concept belief. Before our members retire, they carefully evaluate their options. They determine the standard of living they will have based on the decades given to public service, and they decide to retire on a certain date, counting on that money to survive. When an employer reporting error or changes in CalSTRS interpretations occur, things that our members have no knowledge or control over, the resulting change in benefits throws their entire living situation into disarray. It's immoral, and we need to stop this injustice immediately. Retired members must not be held liable for prior overpayments except in cases of member error. On a fixed income, overpayments and unexpected reductions in the retirement benefit the members were promised are untenable and can lead to a host of personal and financial challenges for the educators and their families. Our members are not responsible for processing payroll or providing this information to CalSTRS, but they too often ultimately suffer severe financial consequences. This is an urgent matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next caller will be Jennifer. Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Baker with the California Retired Teachers Association. While CalRTA appreciates CalSTRS's recognition that additional time is needed by CalSTRS to adequately collaborate with stakeholder concerns, I'd like to note 3 important issues. First, as long as this issue remains unresolved, retirees will be the ones to suffer the fiscal consequences, jeopardizing the trust that they had in the security of their CalSTRS retirement benefit. CalRTA continues to believe retirees should not be held liable for mistakes they did not make and urges CalSTRS to find a path forward with a more collaborative solution to address this issue that is not shouldered on the backs of retirees. Finally, CalRTA believes this issue must be resolved in a timely fashion, and we look forward to deeper discussions with CalSTRS on how best to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, our next caller will be Derek. Derek, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. This is Derek Lennox, and I'm representing the 58 county superintendents of schools. This year, our organization has been working on a regular basis with CalSTRS staff to problem solve issues and to build the relationship between CalSTRS and your business partners in the field. We also participated in the recent series of meetings referenced in the CEO report between CalSTRS staff and employee, retiree, and employer organizations. We appreciated that dialogue. Two primary takeaways for us were first, the fact that CalSTRS is still investing time internally to improve its internal alignment and services to the field to ensure that there's that consistency there in the message that we all receive and that the quality of the message is good and actionable to ensure correct benefit reporting. We appreciate the significance of that work, as in some cases really is condition precedent to deeper reforms. But our second takeaway is the fact that we are not mutually at a point where there's a path forward on a board-sponsored legislative proposal for the coming year. So we appreciated the CEO's report noting that, and we agree with that assessment. As always, we remain committed to additional collaboration as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That's the conclusion of all the callers in the queue.
Thank you. Thanks for facilitating. Item 4, and thank you to the members of the public for bringing those issues before us and your thoughts on the issue. Item 14 and 15 are consent items on the agenda. No one's pulling anything, so 14. Bill, yeah, Mr. Pursuant, Bill.
You know, on 15B, I'm going to get the Karen Yamamoto Award. I looked at staff present, and I noted that Grant Boykin was present at our meeting, regular meeting on July 9th, 2021. I don't think he was. So
we'll make those corrections.
Yeah, thanks. I know that is picking the ultimate nit. I'm sorry.
Great catch.
Karen's happy.
Good catch.
Karen, this is a grant to you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so that with that amendment and that change, 14 and 15 approved. 16 are items referred to the committee for board decision. Jennifer, did we have any? Didn't think so. Thank you. New business is 17. Do you have any?
I had the 2 items that came out of the Chief Executive Officer's report regarding the HQE update and then real estate trends affecting the plans.
Okay, was there anything? I think that was it. Okay. I would note, it's probably in the minutes though, that we would have CGI represented at any of the future meetings of Pension Solution, which came from Controller Yee. Maybe make sure that's reflected in the minutes. And
we'll make sure that's it.
Thank you very much, Brian. 18, the draft agenda for the next meeting. Cassandra, anything you want to pull off of that to bring to our attention now, or we see it before?
The only thing that I would we may make an adjustment is on the board-sponsored legislation. We plan to initially have that piece of legislation that we just spoke about presented, but we will probably have a smaller presentation and then add a presentation by our new business lead on that project, Jeff Zimmer, so that the board has a good visibility into the work that's being done, as well as our stakeholders in the public.
Thanks, Cassandra.
Yep.
19, opportunities for members of the public. Any members of the public that want to address us with items not on the agenda?
There are no members of the public in queue.
Great. It's 4:31. We started at 1. We took a 30-minute break. and we had just about 3 hours allotted. So I think we made it. I thank everyone for the preparation of the materials, for your engagement in the conversations today. It's great being with all of you. Until we see each other again, meeting's adjourned.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.